Yes. Live is what I am. The first time in a while. All right. Got a big bottle of water for this one. This is going to be long. This is going to be very long. To any of you who have been seeing my Twitter in the last few months will know that I have been reading the A Song of Ice and Fire books, which are the books that were adapted into the Game of Thrones TV show. Just need to fix this. I'm very close to finishing them, actually. At least the ones that have come out. I've only got like 5 chapters left of Dance with Dragons. But yeah, I just decided on the fly I would like to do a tier ranking of all the characters. Now, I believe this is only the characters that appear in, or are mentioned in, really, the 5 main books. I don't think this includes the spin-off material like Duck and Egg and Fire and Blood, or the World of Ice and Fire. It also doesn't include the show-only characters either, or House of the Dragon. I believe this is only just main 5 A Song of Ice and Fire book characters. And for this tier list, I'm going to take into consideration mainly how I rate their portrayal in the 5 books, but I also will take the TV show into account as well to some extent. I think with some of them, the difference between them is too much to actually accurately rank them. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of take the essence of mostly what they are in the books, and then I might in some cases take what I really like about what the TV show did to them. You know, some of the positives that the TV show added on to them. I don't think I'll take into consideration how the TV show did some of them wrong, though, because that would just make it too difficult. But yeah, I just sort of wanted to do a tier list. I think, yeah, best faith version of these characters is kind of how I'm seeing it, is my ideal way of doing this tier list. Is yeah, those are the rules I'm going with. And we have at the bottom we have question mark, which is just the characters I don't know what to think about. We got bad, the worst ones. We got meh, just sort of below average. Standard, I'd say this is where I'd place characters that they meet the standard of what I would say a Song of Ice and Fire character should be for the role that they have. So some characters are major, some are minor, some are somewhere in between. If you're in the standard, then I feel like this character does what it's supposed to and doesn't fall below what it's supposed to. Then you've got good, you've got very good, great, all different sort of degrees of above the standard. And then up above that, you got love. These are the characters that I just absolutely love. Love reading, love watching, whatever. And then the goats, the greatest of all times. These are the ones that are just at another level. They're just the ones that are top of the tops, really. The ones that just are just unbelievably high ranking to where they're some of my favorite characters of all time, really. The goats are. So yeah, this should be fun. It should also be long, very long, because there's a lot of characters. We'll see how we go. I believe this is in alphabetical order. So we're working through it in alphabetical order. And eventually, we'll have a very, 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 very big list. So because we've got so much to do, I suppose we should just get on with it then. So we've got Aegon the First. So Aegon the First is kind of Aegon I Targaryen is kind of known as the sort of the founder of Westeros, at least among, you know, not among the indigenous, but among the sort of the, I guess you could say, human characters. He's sort of the one that found all this land and sort of started the kingdom, really. He gets a lot more in the spin-off material, like the sort of the start of Fire and Blood, the book touches on Aegon the First. And there's a lot about him, but he's not really a character. He's more just a historical figure. I think he meets the standard, really, because his purpose in the story is to basically function as this is how the kingdom started, and it started with the Targaryens. So he really meets the standard for these books. With Aemon Targaryen, Maester Aemon, he for me is such a scene stealer in both the books and the TV show. I love the actor who plays him, rest in peace. And he's just has this way of always finding a way to just steal a scene. He's got so many great lines as well. Love is the death of duty. It's just one of the best lines in the whole series. He's charming, old, and also the fact that he was Targaryen, you know, is part of the royal family, and he decided to give up that honor to serve at the wall at the Night's Watch. Sort of the rare thing of a character reaching old age as well in a story that has so many people dying prematurely. Yeah, I think Aemon is fantastic. He's obviously not a main character, but I definitely think I'd say he deserves to be in the great tier. Like, this guy is just so distinct, so much great dialogue, and he's so good for Jon Snow and Samuel Tarly's POV chapters. And just being a part of their story and being a sort of a grandfatherly, even great-grandfatherly type figure to those two characters. And sort of almost balancing out the harshness of the Night's Watch vibe as well. Aemon really presents an alternative to a lot of the characters around that sort of area. And he has got a great sense of humor. And also something that I really liked that they did in the TV show in season 4 was when he gave that speech to Samuel Tarly before going into battle about his previous love. There's just something so sweet about that. But yeah, Aemon's one of the greats. Love him. Then we've got the damp hair, Aeron Greyjoy, the priest from Pike, one of Balon's brothers. Sort of an ex-party boy who's turned religious by the drowned god. I think he's a really fascinating character to read, especially as a POV. The whole thing of he's quite almost funny but also tragic at the same time. There's sort of a balance of that. There's sort of POVs you get of him, the sort of the rituals he goes through, you know, the way he drinks salt water from a flask, and his dedication to the drowned god, and the whole way he speaks with his voice. I love Roy Dotrice's performance as Aeron in the books as well, in the audiobooks, I should say. And yeah, I think the Dampere is a real nice nugget of, just he's just a distinct character that's different to everything else, and his sort of the way that he connects Theon, Asher, Victarion, Euron, and Balon. He's sort of like almost the the cog that connects all these characters together. In a way, he's almost the heart of the Greyjoys, in a sense. He doesn't get as much as some of the others, but I think he fits in the very good tier. I really like Aeron Greyjoy. I think the Dampere is a fascinating character and really fun to read. And I think maybe his probably my favorite thing from him in the books is in A Feast for Crows when he does the King's Moot. I love his POV during the King's Moot. It's a great chapter. His sort of certainty for Victarion, but then his disappointment when it's actually Euron Crowseye that ends up with the Sea Stone chair, almost disgracing the drowned god that he believes in. And I like his introduction in Clash of Kings too with Theon, though he baptizes him. Yeah, I think the most disappointing thing with him is in the TV show, like when Theon gets baptized in season 2, it's not even the Dampere, not even Aeron. And then in season 6, he's there, but he's just an extra. He doesn't even get lines, and he just baptizes Euron, and that's it, really. And it's really dumb. But yeah, Dampere in the books is very good. Then we've got Mad King Aerys. Aerys Targaryen II, father of Dany. And again, he plays he sort of fits into the category of character of the posthumous role. There's quite a lot of characters that play the posthumous role in A Song of Ice and Fire and Game of Thrones. And you get a lot of flashbacks and retellings of who these people are after their death through the point of views, and also through sort of visions and whatnot. And again, it's like Mad King Aerys isn't an active character in the story, but he's a really important character because he's the last Targaryen king before Robert Baratheon took the throne. And he has such a connection to so many different characters in the story, especially characters like Daenerys and Jaime, for example. And just, yeah, his place in the story is really important. I think I'll put him in good, because I think his contribution to the series is really important and it's done really well. But again, he's not exactly an active character that has a lot of depth that you can sink your teeth into, because he's obviously dead. But his place in the story is really well done. So I'll put him in good. Aegon is a Dothraki, and that's it. He meets the standards. Nothing bad about him, but like just whatever. He's just a Dothraki character. Aliras. Now I'm gonna have to Google this one, because I don't think I remember who this person is. Known as the Sphinx, is an acolyte studying the Citadel in Old Town. Right. Okay. So he's in A Feast for Crows. Ah, I see. Okay. So he foresees the arrival of Samwell Tarly with the glass candle. I see. Yeah, okay. Now I remember him. So he kind of fits as the person who links the glass candle into the story. The glass candles are a really interesting part of... They're a really interesting part of the lore that has been added with A Feast for Crows. And I think they're going to play a bigger role in the next 2 books, if they ever come out. We'll see. But I would say he meets the standard. There's also, I believe, another element to his character in the prologue for A Feast for Crows, where there is some racial bias against him at the Citadel, which might be explored a bit further when we get to Samwell's chapters and Winds, but we'll have to wait and see for that. But yes, Aliras plays a part in A Feast for Crows, and it meets the standard for me. So yeah, not bad. I'm gonna open up the chat so I can see it just in case if there's anything there. Right. Okay. Moving on. Sir Alistair Thorne, who looks very different in the show from this picture. Yeah, Alistair Thorne is fantastic. I love him in the show as well. I think Owen Teal's performance for this character is top tier. I absolutely love his acting as Alistair Thorne. And as an antagonist for Jon Snow, especially, but also kind of Tyrion as well, and Samwell Tarly. I love that scene they added to him in the show in season 1, where he gives the speech about how beyond the wall they'll die like flies. A great, great scene. But Thorne is such a great opposite to Snow. If you want to sort of get a proper, like, perfect way of describing why this character works so well, there's videos online on YouTube of the actor Owen Teal talking about how Alistair Thorne became such a salty old man, and why his view on the world is so nihilistic. But yeah, he fits the role so well at the wall, not only bullying Sam for being fat, but also bullying Jon for being a bastard, but also being jealous of his skills and his place, and sort of how Thorne knows that he could never be the knight that Jon is because he's past his prime. And the sort of the mix of judgment, enforcement, and jealousy, but also the fact that there is some positive element to Thorne in there as well. There's a nice complexity with his worldview, and it fits the discipline side of the wall. But I think the flaw with Thorne is that he gets excessive, and also his prejudice against the wildlings as well. So yeah, I think Alistair Thorne fits in the great tier. I love him. Well, he's not in the love tier, but as minor characters go, I think he fits in the great tier. So good, especially the actor who plays him in the show. Just outstanding. Then we have Ellis Karstark. This character has only reappeared very recently. She's very much background during the early books, because of her father being beheaded by Robb. She sort of becomes more prominent when Jon Snow finds her at Castle Black. Yeah, I mean, there's a nice link there. Jon is missing his sisters, especially Arya, and Ellis Karstark reminds him of Arya, which is a nice thing for his POV. But I don't think there's been enough of Ellis Karstark yet to say she's anything above standard. I still think there is room for that in Winds of Winter. We'll have to wait and see what George does with her. But I think she plays her role fine enough. Then we have Archibald Ironwood. I believe, unless I'm mistaken, I believe he's part of Quentin's story. I could be wrong. I'm going to look this up. Some of these characters, like, you get a little mixed up in your head which storyline they were part of. Green Guts. Feast for Crows mentioned appears in Dance. Yes, that's right. He's part of Quentin's. It's part of Quentin's little faction, going to Meereen to try and wed Daenerys. And yeah, I think a lot of these characters that appear with Quentin Martell's sort of, wind-blown faction are all at just sort of the standard level. They don't stand out too much. Like, they're kind of fun side characters that play their role. I mean, the thing is, I think a lot of Quentin's journey to Meereen before he gets there, it's very action heavy. I think it's the most interesting thing about Quentin's POVs is actually his connections to Dawn, and also the fact that in Feast, and also one chapter in Dance, having Ariane and Duran mention Quentin, talking about his connection is also part of his story. But when it comes to the side characters that surround him, like Archibald Ironwood, they mainly just played the role of Quentin needs people around him so that he can actually get through through Slaver's Bay, because there's a lot of conflict going on. So he has these, sort of fun action side characters by his side for a lot of that journey. Ironwood plays his role. He's fine. Speaking of Dawn, Aria Hotar. Aria Hotar is... He's probably one of the least developed POV characters, because he kind of suffers the issue. A lot of people have said this before, but he kind of suffers the issue of being almost a camera with legs, who's observing all the other characters in Dawn. I like his sort of kind of rivalry with Ares Okart. That plays its role, but he's kind of just a sentry for Duran, really. And he's even worse in the TV show. In the TV show, he's absolutely wasted. Like, unbelievably wasted. I think in the book, he's... See, I want to put him above standard, because I think he's a little bit better than these other ones, because you do get a bit of his POV, so I think he just makes it into good, like, by a hair. Because at least with Aria Hotar, you do get some interesting stuff with his POV chapters. And sort of almost having his point of view on his surroundings is enough to push him above standard. Whereas these other characters don't really have that. They're kind of cogs in the machine for the most part. But yeah, I don't dislike Aria Hotar. I think he's fine. I think he's good enough. I think it's more not just about his character, it's more about what his character sees and what his character observes and what he's involved in that interests me a lot. Which is why I think I'm appealed to him slightly more than these other ones. And another Dawnish character, we have Ariane Martel. Oh, ding, ding, ding. So, much like a lot of the Dawnish, not too many chapters so far. Mostly just Feast with the stuff that's been released. There's a few preview stuff with Winds. And there's also the Captain of Guards and Ares, the Soiled Knight chapters as well. So you get some stuff from other POVs. But Ariane is a character that, for the small amount of time she has had in Feast and Dance, and the preview of Winds, she's already impressed massively. I think seeing the sort of the double introduction of her, firstly with the Captain of Guards chapter where you see the face value, and then in the Soiled Knight you see her from her lover's perspective, who's Ares Okart. The way that she is able to tempt a Kingsguard into breaking his vows for her shows the kind of pull she has. But I also really like her story and her connection with the Sound Snakes, her almost feminist view on the Iron Throne, and that Marcella should be the rightful queen over Tommen, given that she's older. But also the way that she had to be tricked by her father because he had a plan that required her not knowing things is really interesting. I think it's an absolute crime that they cut her from the TV show, because Ariane is infinitely more interesting than the Dawnish characters in the TV show are. Yeah, I think I'm going to put her in great, because I think there's time for her to be pushed up into the love. I really want to love Ariane Martel, because she's really interesting, but I think it's probably going to take Winds of Winter to work for it to push her above great, because there just hasn't... I just feel like there's still more to be told with her. There's still more on the table. And we've only really gotten, stuff set up. And we've only really gotten, the introduction to Ariane. We haven't gotten, the full story yet. So I still think there's room for her, but as of so far, I think Ariana's a great character. Fantastic. I would have been really. It's such a shame she wasn't on the TV show because if you'd found the right actress, she could be so popular. Like she would have been a fan favorite, I guarantee it, and she would have really made the Dornish stuff way more appealing for a lot of people than it was. Seems like we're on a streak with the Dornish. So now we have Sir Arthur Dayne, Sword of the Morning, the one that Barristan Selmy claims to be the greatest swordsman to ever live. So once again, deceased, obviously. Killed by Ned Stark and Helen Reed. I think, again, he sort of fits into the category of being awesome because we've been told he's awesome by characters who are still alive that knew who he was. I do think it was kind of cool how in the TV show we got to see him wield his double swords, and that kind of based off those Ned POVs from the first book. Yeah, I think Arthur Dayne is a cool character. We don't really know much about his personality, but really he is just cool because he's a great swordsman from an interesting family, and the fact that he wields two swords when fighting and is praised by Barristan as the greatest swordsman to ever live, I think pushes him above standard into good. Purely off kudos points alone, Arthur Dayne is above standard for me. Because the idea of Arthur Dayne is just... I mean, he's one of the... It's interesting with the casual fans like that I talk to who've only watched the TV show. They love to talk about Arthur Dayne, even though he's not even a character. They just love to talk about him because he's cool. They love how badass he is with his two swords. Now we have the first character that's going to go into love, Arya Stark. Oh man, one of the best POVs in the books. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe she is the only character to have POV chapters in all 5 books. I believe I'm correct about that. But yeah, Arya's great. I have reservations about her in the second half of the TV show. I think after season 4, I think her character plummets pretty drastically. But in the books, in all 5 of them, I think she's absolutely fantastic. I love her journey. I love all the things she goes through. I love her dynamics, all these different characters. Like Syrio Forel, like her father Ned, her love-hate relationship with Sansa, her relationship with Jon Snow. Then you've got with Yoren, with Hot Pie, with Gendry. And then in the books with Roose Bolton, but in the TV show with Tywin Lannister as well, in season 2. It's fantastic. Then you got, obviously, with the Brotherhood Without Banners, Beric and Thoros of Myr, and some of the others in the books, like Lemcloak and Harwen. That's all fantastic. And then, of course, probably her most iconic pairing is with the Hound, Sandor Clegane, in A Storm of Swords, is outstanding. And just her whole POV with the Red Wedding, her Wolf Dreams with Nymeria, and then of course with Jack and Hagar as well, the Faceless Man. It's fantastic. And then of course when she goes to Braavos in the books, in A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, and also in Wynn's preview chapter as well with Mercy. Her dynamic with the Kindly Man is really interesting, with the House of Black and White. Again, in the TV show, I don't think they did it right, but in the books, Arya is so good, so consistent. And I think when the writing was good, I think Maisie Williams showed that she could really act as well. She's an obvious fan favorite for many reasons. Absolutely love Arya Stark in the books. And I love her in the first half of the TV show, before things went pear-shaped and she became cringy Batgirl. And anyone who's seen the last season of the show will know how bad she gets eventually. Oh boy. So now we have the other half, another Dornish. Well, not technically Dornish because he's part of the Kingsguard, and he has a scene with Sansa in season 2. But he's sort of the rival to Arya Hotar. We got Ares Oakheart. I think he fits in the same tier as Hotar. Not too. It's interesting how he's a POV character for one chapter, Sword Knight. He basically plays Ariane's lover, and he's also has his. I think Ares Oakheart's role in the story is to display the point of view of a Kingsguard who has a sensitive spot for women. That makes him in contrast to characters like Meryn Trant and Boris Blunt, who are also in the Kingsguard, who don't really care. I think Ares Oakheart shows that he has a real soft side for women, that he doesn't want to abuse Sansa, that he breaks his vows for Ariane, and then obviously he dies to Arya Hotar in trying to rescue Marcella as he's the protector of Marcella, sworn protector of her. Almost like his Queen's Guard in a way, even though she's technically not the Queen. But yeah, I think he's a functional character. I think I really like his POV chapter, The Sword Knight. I think his anxiety about breaking his vows, but his just absolute obsession with Ariane Martell is really interesting, and it's really unexpected chapter. I think it's something that I don't think anyone could have predicted, that Ares Oakheart of all characters would have a POV. But yeah, I think he serves his role well, and I like him. I like his brief parts of the book. Now we move on to Asha Greyjoy, Theon's sister, who's known as Yara in the TV show. I really like Asha. I think she fits in great along with Ariane. I think in the show, once you get to seasons 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, I think they kind of bugger her character a bit. She's great in season 2, fantastic in season 2. But after that, they kind of just wane a bit with Yara in the show. But in the books, it's different because she's a POV in the books, in Feast for Crows and Dance of Dragons. I love her sort of showing off the mother's side of the Greyjoy family. I can't remember the last name now, but it's the side of the family of her mother's side. Same with Theon's mum, by the 10 Towers, and kind of her having to face the whole thing of the Ironborn clearly wouldn't want to accept a woman on the Seastone chair, and her sort of going against that and being determined to take the Seastone chair for herself. Really interesting, and the sort of the analogy she did during her speech. But I also really love her sort of anti-romance, where there's a guy who fell in love with her when she was a kid, and he had saved himself for her. You know, he had sworn to be celibate for her, even though she never swore that to him, and she sort of brushed him off and said, "Why don't you go find some whores, because they can give you what you want, and I'm not interested." She sort of breaks his heart and has a love-hate relationship with a bad boy Ironborn, who they have a very, very complicated sexual relationship with each other. And then, of course, you have her relationship with Theon, which is really complicated, and there's that really messed up scene when Theon finds her again on Pike after all those years, forgets who she is, and then she pretends to seduce him to someone else just to mess with him. It's hilarious. She's very, very good at standing up for herself and being a strong woman, and, you know, making fun of men, sort of wearing the pants, if you will. That's something I love about Asha Greyjoy. And of course, her relationship with her father is interesting, how he values her more than Theon, because she's more Ironborn than he is. And then, of course, in A Dance with Dragons, you get her dynamic with Stannis as well, which is developing and is a really interesting POV in the Battle of Ice to come, with her position at Deepwood Motte. So yeah, I think Ash is great. Fantastic character. Excellent stuff. Now we move on to another Dornish character, Ashara Dane. So Ashara Dane again fits into the deceased pile. I feel like Ashara Dane is kind of a red herring in the story. She's not really in the books. Her main role, really, Ashara Dane, is to function as sort of Ned's long-lost love. She was sort of his crush before he was arranged to marry Catelyn Stark. Catelyn Tully, I should say. And I think they sort of bring it full circle with Arya's POV in A Song of Swords, where she loved Ned Stark, and he clearly felt for her, but because of Ned's duty, he married Catelyn and fell in love with her instead. And that's kind of just how the ways things work out when you have arranged marriages with highborn houses in a medieval society with a kingdom. I think also Ashara Dane plays a good role for Catelyn's POVs of her anxiety about she has jealousy issues, and she sometimes has retroactive jealousy, imagining Ned Stark, pining after Ashara Dane long after her death. I think she's good. She's not really a character. Also, one other thing that she does well is she makes people think that maybe she's Jon Snow's mother. Something that they kind of didn't do in the show, actually. They didn't really mention Ashara Dane. It's interesting because they touched on Robert Baratheon's lover well, not lover, but the one that he loved in Lyanna Stark. But with Ned, they didn't really talk about Ashara Dane. They only talked about the wet nurse Wyler. But yeah, I think her role works. For all those POV characters, she plays an important sort of cog in the clockwork. Right, who's next? Oraine Waters. Predominantly Feast for Crows. Sort of rises the ranks. It's part of Cersei's small council. I'd be interested to see what role he plays in the Winds of Winter. I feel like there's almost a big twist coming with Oraine Waters that something's bubbling under the surface. Yeah, that's my main thought. I think he plays an interesting piece in Cersei's POVs. But I think the best is yet to come for him. I'm going to put him in good. I think he's an intriguing character so far. And he inspires a lot of thought into what he could potentially be up to. And there's a lot of theories around Oraine Waters and his role in the story. I think it's kind of interesting because Oraine Waters isn't in the show. And it's kind of a symbol of Game of Thrones started to lose its mystery a bit and lose its allure when it stopped including characters like Oraine Waters, because having these characters around that you don't really know anything about but you suspect something is kind of part of the charm of this world. So yeah, Oraine Waters is in the good. Balon Greyjoy. So this is an interesting one. I think he is one of the rare characters that is below standard. And the only reason why I say that is because I think there's so much more you could have done with him. I think there's still time with the Victarion, Aeron, Asher, and Theon POVs, because we still have 4 Ironborn POVs. I think retroactively, you could add more scenes of Balon Greyjoy's interactions with these characters from the past. And you kind of are getting a bit of that anyway so far, but I think there's more. Because I think Balon on paper is a really interesting idea for a character. But the problem is that his existence in the story is so brief, because he appears for like 1 or 2 Theon POVs in A Clash of Kings. and then he disappears and dies. And it's so tiny for such an important character who's, one of the kings in the War of the Five Kings. I think the actor who plays him in the show is quite good, actually. I really like it. He definitely suits the right vibe. Good casting choice. I think by not having POVs and having a camera in the show, you get to see more of the actor's expressions, telling us more about Balon's sort of thoughts in a monologue that Theon gets to see in the books. But yeah, I think there's more you can do with Balon. I think he can be salvaged into a good character. But for now, I think overall he's disappointing because there's a lot on the table that George has set up with Balon that needs to be explored properly after his death. Basically, Balon needs to be like these characters, like Ashara Dane and Aerys, and not Aerys Okar, and Aerys Targaryen. Like them. He needs to be like them, where posthumously they have character development, and through flashbacks and POVs, they are given the justice and sort of the what these characters need to be fully rounded. And I think Balon, he absolutely could do it with Balon after the fact, but for now, I think he meets below standard because I'm disappointed at the lack of, capitalizing on the idea behind this character. Then we have Balon Swan. I think Balon Swan is Kingsguard. I'm gonna have to remind myself because I'm blanking a little bit on Balon Swan. So he appears in all 5 books. That's insane. It's weird he appears in all 5 books, but I barely remember him. Knights. Right, yeah, that's right. He's at the Hand's Tourney. That's right. That's how he was introduced. Let's see. And he was there during Robert's Kingswood hunt. I see. Okay. Okay, now it's all coming back to me. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I think Balon Swan is functional. He's a functional member of the Kingsguard. It is coming back to me now. I don't think he doesn't seem to have as much of a character as some of the other Kingsguard members, but he definitely plays his role in the books well. Appearing in all 5 of them. Forgot how much he's actually in it. But yeah, he's a functional member of the Kingsguard. Maybe they'll do some more with him in Winds of Winter, but I think when you have that many characters as part of a group, there are going to be some of them that don't get as explored as much, and they will just feature as parts of the wheel of the sort of the story. And I think Balon Swan is fine. Barbary Dustin. So there is this one POV chapter with Theon where Barbary Dustin tells the story about why she hates the Starks and how it fucked up her whole family. That pushes her up to very good. Oh my god. Oh. The fact that Barbary Dustin was able to justify to Theon why she betrayed Winterfell, why she has decided to join the Boltons in the Freys, it's mind-blowing how George Martin was able to do this. It's a real shame that she's not in the show, really, because her story is so interesting, and the connection to Barrington, and it's so interesting how in the first book you get Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark on their horses in the Barrowlands right next to Barrington. And then later in book 5, you find out that Barbary Dustin hates Ned Stark and the Starks as a whole for the wars, and how her betrothals to all these characters that she thought she was going to fall in love with, that she was ended up being removed out of and was given to Catelyn instead, was just, she's kind of like the anti-Ashara Dayne. So Ashara Dayne was the one that Ned loved but couldn't marry. Barbary Dustin was the one that was betrothed to Ned but couldn't have because of Catelyn. So it's just, oh, she's so interesting, and like the way that her life has just been ruined, and the way that her husband died for the Stark Wars. Ah, oh, so good, so good. Such a great minor character, and such a great piece in sort of almost justifying Northmen role in joining the Boltons at Winterfell. Really like Barbary Dustin. And now we have the Chad Barristan Selmy. I love Barristan Selmy. Absolutely brilliant. I hate what they did with him in the show in season 5. That was an absolute criminal what they did with him there. But in the books, Barristan is an absolutely brilliant character. The way his history with Ned and the Kingsguard being banished and then posing as Arstan Whitebeard in the books because of his uncertainty to Daenerys, but joining her side because of his dedication to Rhaegar. It's just brilliant. And then he gets POV chapters at the end of Dance of Dragons as well. We see his backstory as a knight and his past and everything. It's just, I love him, man. I love Ian McKelvey who plays Barristan. He's so good in the role. But just, yeah, his whole story, his whole journey is so interesting and fascinating, and I love his never give up attitude. Like, he refuses to retire. He refuses to be downed. He will die a knight is the life he chose. And he's so dedicated to his way of life. He's such an interesting character. I love Barristan Selmy. Absolutely brilliant. It's a real shame that they couldn't do Arstan Whitebeard in the show because of the visual. I almost wish they just did it anyway, even if the audience knew it was Barristan. Because it's just so interesting the way that he was able to disguise himself for so long. And then that whole scene where he kills Miro, and Daenerys is like, how the hell did you do that? But yes, Barristan Selmy, one of the greatest swordsmen to ever live. I love Barristan. Then we have Strong Belwas, one of the most fun characters. I'm going to put him in very good. I don't care. I know he's not that deep, but Belwas is just the perfect... It's interesting because he's such a violent character, but he is like the definition of A Song of Ice and Fire comedic relief. Even though his actual role in the world is quite serious, and the fact that he's a eunuch and an ex-slave and he's avenging himself, you know, and sort of opposing the slave masters and joining Daenerys. But I just think Belwas is so fun. And the way he just tanks everything, and the way he tanked Poison, and the way he just cut the Meereenese soldier to bits and then shat all over the floor. Oh, he's such a funny, fun character, and just... It's interesting, because most of A Song of Ice and Fire, and its appeal, especially with the POV characters, is the human heart and conflict. I feel like Belwas is like the polar opposite, where he doesn't have any conflict. He just doesn't give a shit. He is just going to do whatever the hell he wants, whenever the hell he wants, and it's so much fun. Just this big brute eunuch with a big weapon, and eats lots of food, and just tanks everything. He's just an absolute base juggernaut, really, is what I would say. Strong Belwas is. It's such a shame he wasn't in the show, really. They kind of gave his stuff to Dari Naharis instead. Benjamin Stark. This might be the first one where I take some of the show into account in raising his stock, because I think in season 1 they develop Benjamin Stark a lot more than they do in the books. That being said, what they do with him later in the show really pisses me off. But I think in the books he's good. He's good for Jon. In the show, I think they raise him up to being very good. I love the actor who plays him. I love his dynamic with Ned, Tyrion, and with Yoren. Um, and yeah, but the main thing for me, like, he has that clash with Tyrion, but the main thing is Jon Snow, really. His place in his storyline with Jon and the way that he leaves Jon early, high and dry, unintentionally, is so important to Jon's arc. And also the fact that the wildlings associate Jon with Benjen Stark as well. Yeah, I think there's just so much to do to go on with Benjen Stark. He's genuinely, Benjen in season 1 is so developed within his only the few episodes that he appears in. They just do so much good with him. So yeah, I think he fits in very good. I really like Benjen Stark for his very brief time in the story. Beric Dondarrion. Beric Dondarrion is fascinating. They do a much better job in the books of introducing him because of the whole tourney. He's very, very brief in the show in season 1, just making a cameo. But the whole way they start with the Hands tourney with the Mountain and his outrage, and how they also introduce the Brotherhood characters before they even become part of that cult, is great. And then once Arya and her POV meets him again at I believe it's the Stony Sept or something like that, and he's undead, resurrected 7 times by Thoros of Myr, and he has the flaming sword and the eye patch, and the way he's used to resurrect Lady Stoneheart. In the TV show, I also love Richard Dormer, who plays him as well. He's a great, great actor. The Lord of Light. I also do a bit more with him in the show as well, because he lives on, because they don't do Lady Stoneheart in the show. Not 100% on what they do with him in seasons 6 to 8, but yeah, I really like him a lot in the early seasons, and I love him in the books as well. I think I'm going to say very good. I'm almost tempted to put him in great because he's so cool. You know what? I'm just going to say great. Yeah. The thing is, he is such a distinct character. And as a tool of introducing not only world building with the religion of the show, with the Lord of Light and him connecting to Melisandre, but he is just such a cool character in so many ways that it's hard not to love him, really. Yeah, I'm going to say Beric fits in the great tier. I love him. Wow. Not in the love tier. It's interesting I say love. But he fits in the great tier. He's great. I think Beric's great. Big Walder Frey. So now we get to the phrase where things get a little bit a little bit difficult. Big Walder Frey, I believe, is the one that bullies Bran. I need to remember because there's so many Freys and I forget which one's which sometimes. There's just so many of them. So, Big Walder. Yes, okay, now I remember. Yeah, so he's the one that bullies Bran. Um, I mean, as much as I love, like, Lord Walder Frey, like, he's one of the absolute goats. I'll get to them later. Big Walder Frey is not one of my favorites. I mean, the Freys in general aren't the most developed characters overall. But I want to say he fits in well with Bran's POVs and Theon to an extent. Yeah, I'm going to say good. I'm going to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt here. I think Big Walder Frey plays his role well for the little time he has. I think Clash of Kings is probably where he's at his most effective. So I'll put him in good, reluctantly. Biter. So, I mean, it's mainly part of Arya Stark and Brienne of Tarth's POVs. And he does play an important role with the Bloody Mummers, also known as the Brave Companions. He is quite one note, but I would say he's good. I think Biter is... Sometimes you just need those characters that have literally one trait and it's used in the most interesting way. The whole way that the sort of cause and effect of Biter is interesting because he gets rescued by Arya from the fire out of the little prison cage, which then eventually leads to him completely tearing half of Brienne's face off in A Feast for Crows. It's so interesting how much of an impact Biter has on main characters, despite being the smallest, most insignificant role in events. He's also important to Jaime's story as well, with the Brave Companions. But yeah, I think Biter fits in good. I actually really like the Brave Companions. I think they're one of the most underrated elements of A Song of Ice and Fire in general. And I think they really did them dirty in the show. I really don't like the scene where Biter and Roj die in season 4. I think that they miss a really good opportunity to use them for Brienne instead of the Hound and Arya. And I think it's a real shame. So yeah, Biter isn't good. Black Walder Frey. I think Black Walder Frey is kind of one of, quote-unquote, the main ones, along with Lame Lothar. Yeah, World of Rivers, Black Walder. Son of Ryman. He's one of the ones that actually makes it to the TV show. He is important to Robb and Catelyn's story for sure, and the Tullys. I mean, the Freys mainly are there for the Tully storyline predominantly. And the Starks, clearly. I think Black Walder will play a role in the next book, probably dying. He's kind of part of Jaime's storyline now. I'm going to put him in good. I think his role in events is functional and well done, especially with the Red Wedding. So yeah, I think he belongs up there with the good characters. Bowen Marsh. Essential to Jon's Night's Watch story, especially the end of A Storm of Swords and A Dance of Dragons. Yeah, I think I'm going to put him in good as well. Not an amazing character, but I think my favorite thing about Bowen Marsh is one, his role with the world building of the Wall. But secondly, I think it's the whole electing Jon as Lord Commander part of it that Bowen Marsh is so interesting with, and I think it's the same thing with Cotter Pike as well, which we'll get to later. Again, he's another character that should have been featured more heavily in the TV show, I think. But I guess because of the structure they went for, they didn't have much time. Brandon Stark. So this is obviously Ned's brother, Brandon Stark. I'm going to put him in good as well. He kind of fits into the Ashara Dane, Mad King territory, Arthur Dane as well, where he's deceased, but is used well in POVs. He's probably my favorite thing about him is the way he defeated Littlefinger. Littlefinger's jealousy of Brandon Stark is so essential to his character. And also essential to Ned as well, because Ned had to take the heir to Winterfell from Brandon after Brandon died. So yeah, I'm going to go with good. It's so interesting how things would have been different had Brandon Stark lived and married Catelyn Tully. And it makes you imagine if Ned would have either married Barbary Dostin or Ashara Dane instead. And then what would have happened with Jon Snow? Who the hell knows? Because of Ashara Dane's suicide is ideally, well, what we seem to believe is it's contingent on Ned marrying Catelyn, is what we believe. Could have been something else too. But yeah, I think Brandon Stark makes a really interesting impact on the characters. Brienne of Tarth. Yeah, I think she just creeps into love. Not for the TV show. I think in the TV show in the second half, especially, they kind of muddle with her a lot, which is unfortunate. But I love her. I love Brienne in the books. I think she presents such a... What I love about Brienne is she has the best intentions. She wants to be honorable, like a Ned Stark, for example. But she's also has had so many failures in her life. And she's just desperately clawing for that one opportunity to get it right. And I love her dynamic with Catelyn Stark, with Podrick, with Renly Baratheon, but most of all with Jaime Lannister, because they're like two opposites. And yeah, Brienne is so interesting. And I think her POVs in A Feast for Crows are really underrated, because they really showcase the damage that war does to a civilization and to the people living in it. And just the constant, almost not fitting into the world she's in that Brienne has to constantly deal with. So interesting. And she's really, in a lot of ways, Brienne of Tarth is one of those characters where she is so perseverant and she is so dedicated that she's almost refusing to let herself become a tragedy of a character, a person, I should say. And I think I am so invested into what's going to happen with her and Jaime in The Winds of Winter. And with Lady Stoneheart. It's one of the things I'm looking forward to the most with the next book, because of the cliffhangers we got at the end of A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons with those two. It's absolutely outstanding. So yeah, Brienne of Tarth, absolutely love her. Love Brienne of Tarth in the books. So Bronn of the Black Water. I think this is an interesting character because they gave him more to do in the TV show because of the actor, and they gave him a lot more comedic lines in the show, which extends his relationship with Tyrion Lannister, and his friendship with him and his bond. Where I think they went wrong with Bronn is in the second half of the show with Jaime. I think they tried to do something with him and Jaime, but I don't think it works because of his nature as a sellsword. And then they really fucked him up in season 8 very badly. In the books, I think he also functions a really good role with Tyrion's POVs. And I think the way they ended his arc with Tyrion, with him in prison, was really well done in Some with Swords. He still plays an off-screen role in Cersei's POVs, but he's more so background now. He's more of a world-building character now. With Loras Stokeworth and all that stuff. I think at best, Bronn is very good. I think Jerome Flynn is charming. I really like him. He's kind of in the strong Belwas category, but he's a bit more developed. I don't think I can put him in great. I just don't think Bronn is at that level where I can put him in great. Like, he functions well and he's an entertaining character, but I think he gets overused in the show. And then in the books, like, as much as I like him, he has a ceiling, I think. And very good as a fine ceiling for Bronn. Brynden the Blackfish Tully. I'm going to put him in great. I think the Blackfish is such an essential element to the Tully side of things, with the whole Riverlands, and to some extent the Vale as well, and the North, but mainly the Riverlands. I think the Blackfish's role in the Riverlands storyline is so essential because he casts such an opposing shadow over the Tully family, where him being an outcast but still connected by blood, and his almost grisly views on things. I love his role in Catelyn's POV chapters. I love, one of the best things about reading the books is you actually get him in the first two. Whereas in the show, they didn't introduce him until season 3, which is a shame because he's such a great long-running character. And I absolutely love his chapters with Jaime and A Feast for Crows. They have a great chat off. Brynden has some of the best sassy sense of humor, but he also has a great big heart for Catelyn as well after Hoster Tully's death. I think Clive Swift was perfect casting for him in the show as well. Just the sort of sour look on his face is just so entertaining. I hate the way he dies in the show. I think the way he dies in the show is stupid and a waste of his character. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens with him with the Winds of Winter, though. I really want to see if the Northern Conspiracy works out with Wyman Manderley and with the Blackfish, and somehow if the Blackfish ties into the Bolton storyline. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm really interested to see what they do with the Blackfish going forward, but I think he fits into the great tier. I really, really like the Blackfish a lot. Catelyn Stark. This is going to be controversial for some people, but I love Catelyn Stark. Yes, she makes bad choices. She's an emotional character. She puts family first. She has jealousy issues. She has anxiety issues. She has strong mother genes. And she hates Jon Snow for all the wrong reasons. It is understandable why so many people who read the books and watch the show dislike her as a person. But for me, I think due to all the trauma that she's gone through, and all of the hurtful things and all of the emotional states she's been through, and just the horror of being an arranged wife in war, the relationship she's had where she's had to witness Brandon Stark, who was supposed to be her husband, die, with Littlefinger, with Ned, with all of her children and everything that's happened, especially after losing Ned as well, and the desperation that she faces, and the jealousy she feels being told that Jon Snow is Ned's son is so interesting, and I think she has some of the best POV chapters in all of the books, especially the Red Wedding chapters are absolutely outstanding and some of the best stuff from my favorite book, which is A Storm of Swords. I love Catelyn Stark. I do not think she deserves some of the hate she gets in terms of her as a character. Like, hate in terms of hating her decisions that she makes and hating her attitude and hating her jealousy. Yes, I understand that, but hating and thinking she's a bad character as a result of it, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think Catelyn Stark is so well written. And I think Michelle Fairley in the TV show plays it to perfection as well. Especially in season 3. Oh my god. The harrowing performance from her is just outstanding. So yeah, I love Catelyn. As much as she is awful to some characters, I still love her and completely understand why she is the way she is and understand her point of view and why she makes the terrible decisions she makes. Speaking of loving terrible people, Cersei Lannister. Much in the same vein as Catelyn, I love Cersei. The fact that we get her POVs as well in Feast is such a breath of fresh air. She is such a maniacal, insane person. But at the same time, there is a rationale to her. I think the most interesting thing about Cersei is her love for her children. This is something that they do really well in the TV show, especially early on, is developing her obsession over her children. And of course, Lena Headey plays this character to absolute perfection in her performance. It's just overwhelming how good she is as an actress. But yeah, I love Cersei. She's one of my favorite characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. She's so good. And her connection to Bran, to Jaime, to Tywin, to Tyrion, to all these different characters, to Ned as well, to Robert Baratheon, and Sansa Stark as well. Just so much going on with Cersei. So much great material. Brilliantly written, brilliantly acted. Such a great character. And obviously her Walk of Atonement chapter is... oh my god. It's just the most heart-ripping thing. And the fact that they took this character who is so horrible and is so disgusting and so awful, and George Martin is able to make you sympathize with her when she does her Walk of Atonement. It's unbelievable. They do a pretty good job of it in season 5 as well, mainly held up by the actress. But I don't think it's as good as the books, because I think there are some missteps along the way, but especially with like how they handle the rape scene in season 4 doesn't work the same way. But yeah, Cersei is outstanding. I love her. Love Cersei. What a horrible woman, but brilliant character. Shataya. Shataya is really good for the world building of the books. I think they really missed a beat not having her in the show, or at least not having her properly, because they kind of cut down on the brothel aspect of the King's Landing plot. They only really featured Littlefinger's brothel in the show, whereas in the books you have more than one. Shataya's brothel is a whole different aspect of the culture, and it plays a really important role in setting up Tywin Lannister and Tyrion's climax. And yeah, there's so many elements to Shataya's existence in the story that just benefit King's Landing as a whole, so I think she belongs in good for that, for sure. Chet, I think he meets standard. He obviously has one POV chapter at the start of A Song of Swords. His role in the show is kind of filled up by Rast instead. They kind of blended their characters together. Yeah, he's a bullying antagonist for Samuel Tarly, and he gets killed by one of the White Walkers. I think he's fine. Works for what they wanted to do with him, but not more than that. Cleos Frey, Jaime's cousin, who is Alton Lannister in the TV show because they didn't want to confuse things. Cleos Frey's good. I think it's interesting how they use him as... In the TV show, they use Alton Lannister as a mailman. He fills the role of Alistair Thorne in season 2. But with Cleos Frey, he's kind of the link between Catelyn and Jaime. And then once they sail off, I think it's really funny having Cleos Frey constantly try and correct Jaime when he starts being mean to Brienne, calling her wench and all that. Yeah, I think he plays a really interesting cog in the story wheel, really, Jaime and Catelyn. I'm going to put him in good for that. He's a really good utility character. And some of what they did with Alton Lannister in the show is good too, though I do think the scene where he dies in the show is a bit stupid for Jaime's character. It's well acted and has good dialogue, but it doesn't really fit his arc as well as it should. It's nowhere near as bad as some of the stuff from later seasons, like seasons 4 onwards with Jaime, but with season 2, I think they could have handled how they went about that better. The main reason they had to even do that scene in the first place is because they couldn't feature the Battle of the Whispering Wood, where Torrhen Karstark was killed by Jaime. So they had to find out how to do it elsewise. Cold Hands. Really cool, really interesting, but there's very little of him to work with in terms of character-wise. Some people think him and Benjen Stark are the same. I disagree. Yeah, I really like Cold Hands. I think he's really interesting, really mysterious. He's kind of like... It's interesting because Oraine Waters is also mysterious, but in a completely different way. Oraine Waters is mysterious in a political way, whereas Cold Hand is mysterious in a fantastical way. I love the way he sort of interacts with Samuel Tarly and Bran Stark. I'm interested to see how Cold Hands features into the Winds of Winter going forward, because I think he could really do something interesting. So yeah. Lot to go there. Courtney Penrose. So the main purpose of Courtney Penrose in A Clash of Kings is to be the gatekeeper of Storm's End and the protector of Edric Storm from Stannis. He gets a lot of talk in A Clash of Kings, and he's actually cut from the show, unfortunately. But I think Courtney Penrose fits in the good. He, again, is a utility character. He does his role really well. I love the scene where he throws his glove in Stannis' face. And of course, that's when we get the first murder from the Shade. Well, actually, technically it's the second, because Renly Baratheon was the first. But I think seeing his demise through the POV of Davos Seaworth was really interesting. And, yeah. Courtney Penrose is a really good POV character. Not POV, utility character within the storyline with Davos and Stannis. Being an obstacle for Stannis to pass through to capture Edric Storm for the King's Blood. It works really well. They do it differently in the show. In the show, they have Melisandre take Gendry from the Brotherhood Without Banners, which kind of works as well, but it doesn't work in the same way. And I think what they ended up doing with Edric Storm was actually better than what they did with Gendry. But yeah, I don't think I could put Penrose any higher than good. He's good for what they did with him. Cotter Pike fits in the same tier as Bowen Marsh, I think, because he's kind of the opposing factor to Bowen Marsh with the Night's Watch. Again, sort of the same things, like really good praise for how they handled these characters around getting Jon into the role of Lord Commander at the end of A Storm of Swords. So yeah, I really like Cotter Pike for that mainly. And again, these characters at the Night's Watch, they just fit the clockwork really well, I think is the main thing I'd say. I definitely think, again, this is something they could have developed more in the show if they had more time to flesh out all these worlds and all that. But in the book, I really like the role that Cotter Pike plays. Craster. Where do we put Craster? I'm going to say very good. Like, he is simplistic in some respects when you think, because he is very evil in the sense that he keeps his daughters as wives and basically rapes them and gives his male children to the White Walkers. And I think for me, that is the most interesting aspect of Craster, is the fact that his sons are turned into White Walkers to keep them at bay. He kind of represents a middleman between the Night's Watch and the dead, as a wildling. I really like what they did in Season 3, where they developed Karl Tanner and Rast to have a mutiny. The mutiny's in the books as well, but it's done even better in the show. The way Karl Tanner kills Rast. Not Rast, he kills Craster, I should say. Mixing up my words. The actor who plays Craster in the show is also fantastic, and I love his dynamic with Jon Snow and their little rivalry. And his fierceness is just awesome. He's great for Jon and Sam's POVs. Fantastic. Very good character. Maester Cressen. Maester Cressen appears so briefly, but his POV chapter at the start of A Clash of Kings is one of the best chapters in the whole series. So much so that I'm going to put him in very good. I think Cressen was an inspired idea to introduce the Stannis storyline at the start of the second book. What they do with him in the show, in the first episode of Season 2, is alright, and the actor who plays him is good, but it doesn't do justice to what they did with the book. Cressen in the book is just... I mean, in the audiobook version, he's like just over an hour, so quite a long chapter. But the way that his POV introduces the whole Dragonstone stuff with Stannis, Davos, Selyse, Shireen, Patchface, the Lord of Light, Azor Ahai, the War of the Five Kings, and the poisoning that didn't work is just unfucking believable. So for that, I think Cressen deserves to be in very good. That it's such a good job with him in such a small amount of time. Daario Naharis, Daenerys' boy toy of the Stormcrows. Daario is so interesting to place here. Do I go very good? I find him really fun. Like, he isn't the most deep character, but he is so fuckboy and so opposite to Jorah Mormont. And I think that's one of my favorite things about Daario Naharis, is that he is so opposed to Jorah Mormont in every respect. And he represents the bad boy of Daenerys' sort of almost hormonal explosion that happens after Khal Drogo dies. She has this coming-of-age hormonal incident where she desires Daario Naharis and not Jorah Mormont, because he represents everything that is bad boy, and Jorah Mormont represents the opposite of that. He's a desperate old man, and he's a creep, whereas Daario Naharis seduces her. I love the look he has in the books. It's a shame that they didn't do that in the show with the blue hair and all that. He's great for the world building, especially for the Yunkai side of things. And I think both Ed Skrein and Michael Hussman do a really good performance for Daario, but I think in the show, he's not as well characterized. I don't think they do him as much justice. I like him in the books enough I think I have a soft spot for Dario Naharis more than some other people would, because he's not as good as of a character as people like Bronn or Barbary Dustin or Aeron Greyjoy or whatever. But I think he belongs in the same tier as Strong Belwas, just because he's one of those characters that is just so much fun. I'm gonna take a short break and I'll be back to do the rest. Told you this is going to be a long one. Okay, happy Easter. Speaking of Targaryen girl storyline with Dario Naharis, we have the Queen herself, Daenerys Targaryen. What to do with Daenerys? Obviously, a very iconic character. Definitely a fan favorite, especially in some circles. I think they badly butchered her in the TV show. And this isn't even just like season 8, this is like season 2 onwards. They make a lot of mistakes with her. And Emilia Clarke's acting is sometimes really good, sometimes not so much. In the books, I think she has a lot of my favorite POV chapters, especially in the first book and the third book. And her House of the Undying chapter in A Clash of Kings is absolutely phenomenal. Once we get to Meereen in A Dance with Dragons, I think her chapters are underrated to an extent. On the whole, I really like her story in the books. But, there is something to be said about... There's something to be said about how, despite being one of the 3 most important characters in the series, so Tyrion, Jon, and Daenerys are usually said as like the 3 leads. I think she's definitely the weakest of the 3 leads, and I think there are secondary characters that outclass her, characterization-wise. I don't think she's as overrated as some people say. I think she's more so overrated in the TV show, not the books. I think Daenerys in the books gets a bad rap, whereas in the TV show it is deserved. I'm gonna put her in Grey, honestly. Some people might turn their nose at that because like they cringe with Daenerys because she's so popular, and like some people get really annoyed at like the stans, and I understand that. I think the stans are cringe, but when you remove all of that bias off it and you just look at the story for what it is and you just enjoy it for the way George wrote it and not for the way that fans react to it, Daenerys actually does have a really good story overall. And I think her inner POVs in the books showcase really well her heart and conflict and like her going through all of this intense stuff growing up and sort of becoming a woman. Her visions and her past and her place in the world are really interesting. Maybe the one biggest criticism I'd have with Daenerys' story is that because of the timing of events, George has had to drag out her story longer than he initially intended. Because all of the Westeros stuff has to sort itself out before she gets there with her dragons. But I do think at the same time, because of having to elongate her story, it's allowed him to do some additional world building on top of what he initially intended, which has richened Essos more than you would have initially thought. Especially with stuff like Karth and Slaver's Bay. And seemingly the Dothraki with the next book. But yeah, I think Daenerys belongs in great. I just think there's certain elements that deter some people from her that are somewhat understandable. But I also think people forget to credit the actual really good stuff that's there too. My issue with Daenerys is more so with the TV show. I think after season 1, she actively becomes very inconsistent, and by the time you get to like, oh, I don't know what point it would be, but by the time you get to around sort of seasons 5, 6, 7, she starts to become one of my least favorite parts of the show. By season 8, she's the absolute worst. Well, maybe not as bad as Euron, but she's one of the worst. I think she belongs in great. I'm comfortable with that. Dagmar Cleftjaw. Dagmar Cleftjaw is good. He serves a role really well in Theon's POVs and Clash. He kind of represents like the purest form of Ironborn you could get. Like his face is literally like shattered in half, and yet he still keeps it together and goes on living and goes on fighting. I think they might do some more stuff with him in Winds because we've heard about him since. I also quite like what they do with him in the TV show. So in the TV show, he doesn't have the injuries he has in the books, and he's not as old. But the way he gets in Theon's head in Winterfell is so manipulative. And the way he pressures him to behead Roger Cassell is a great scene. The way that he commands Ironborn respect and the way that he is the devil on Theon's shoulder to Maester Luwin's angel is really well done. Yeah, I like Dagmar in the show and the book quite a bit. Not enough to be, you know, a favorite or a memorable character, but I like Dagmar. I think they use him well. Darian, another good character, musician, one that betrays his Night's Watch vows when Sam goes to Bravos, and then that interacts with Arya Stark's Faceless Man storyline with the House of Black and White, and how, like, with cause and effect, him ditching his vows ends up getting him killed, which then leads into Arya going blind. Yeah, I think they use Darian really well. And the way he basically, the absolute disappointment that Samwell has when Darian basically fucks everything up and dishes him and Aemon is really good. So yeah, I like the way they use Darian, especially in A Feast for Crows. That's probably his best book. Now we move on to what for me is the first one that's going to be in the GOAT tier. Davos Seaworth. The Smuggler, the Onion Knight. Oh my god, I fucking love Davos Seaworth. I love his POV chapters. I love his character. I love his interactions with Stannis. I love his interactions with Wyman Manderley. I love his whole perspective on everything. The way he lost his sons in the Blackwater. That whole relationship, that friendship he has with Salador San as well. His rivalry with Melisandre is just absolutely outstanding. In the TV show as well, I love the actor who plays him. Liam Cunningham is perfect for this role. And in the TV show, I love his relationship with the Lady Shireen. My only criticism with him is I think from season 6 onwards in the show, they make him too much of a comedic relief character, and he gets a bit annoying. I don't think his relationship with Jon works as well as his relationship with Stannis, because there's not really any tension. But Seaworth is absolutely top tier, one of my favorite characters in the whole series. I love him. Every time his name pops up when I'm listening to an audiobook, I get excited because I love his chapters. He's one of the best ever. Dennis Mallister, Commander of the Shadow Tower. Again, a bit like Bone Marsh and Cotter Pike, he fits into the good, I think. Because again, it's like he's one of those utility characters that just works for Jon's storyline. Like all of those Night's Watch commanders, a lot of them, they're not as developed as some of the leads, but they all play a part in Jon's rise and fall. And Dennis Mallister is another one of those characters that fits into that role really well. I'm going to put him in good for that. Dick Crab. I'm trying to remember who Dick Crab is. I've definitely heard that name spoken before, but I just don't remember which storyline he's in. Nimble Dick, that's right. I forgot about Nimble Dick. I believe he's part of Brienne's storyline. Yes, Nimble Dick. Oh dear. What a stupid name. So, Brienne has a storyline in A Feast for Crows where she ends up having a fight with Nimble Dick and buries him in the ground. I'm going to put him in good. Functional for Brienne, mainly. Plays his role well. Has a hilarious name, Nimble Dick. Like, imagine having a character called Nimble Dick and taking him seriously. Only A Song of Ice and Fire could do that. Yeah. Well done. Well, they did a good job with this character for the brief time he had as Nimble Dick. Donal Noy, the one-armed Night's Watchman. Good friend to Jon. Gives us some context about Stannis as well, because he's Baratheon man, or at least affiliated with him in the Stormlands. Dies in honor at the Battle at the Wall. It's a shame they couldn't have him in the show because of the complications of having a one-armed actor. Sort of gave his lines to Tyrion and Benjen. I'm going to say very good. I mean, he doesn't get as much screen time as maybe some of the other ones in Very Good. But I think Donal Noy is one of those characters that he's just so well suited to Jon and his whole role and events. And he's such a likable character. And you understand his perspective as well, having one arm and still being part of the Night's Watch. Very honorable, great at teaching lessons, and dies a hero. Very good character. Danella Hornwood. Jeez, I'm gonna have to remind myself of this one too. Hmm. Okay. I think I remember now. She's the cousin of Wyman Manderley. Right. I see. So she's mainly in A Clash of Kings and A Dance of Dragons. Right, right, right. I see, I see. I see. Ah, yeah, okay. So Theon remembers her in Dance of Dragons, but she's mainly in Clash. So she's mainly there as a victim of Ramsay in the second book. She's sort of there to be part of the Winterfell feast with Bran's POVs as well. And Bran urges Roderick Cassell to marry her as well. I think I think I'm gonna put her in standard because I think she plays a role well in establishing who other characters are and the relationships. And I think Janella Hornwood mainly functions as a link for the audience to sort of just understand who all these people are and their relationships to each other. So I think standard is the right place there. Dontas Hollard, very important character for Sansa Stark's storyline. Hmm. So we go very good? Yeah, why not? Let's go very good. Maybe? Oh, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go good because oh man, it's hard. It's hard with Dontas Hollard because he's so minor, but he's also so major as well, in like kind of both ways. I'm gonna go very good. Like, there's a reason why he's in the show. He's obviously very important. He plays a role in the death of Joffrey, and his backstory is really tragic. And his death scene with Littlefinger is outstanding. And in the book, you get all those scenes in the Gods with Sansa Stark as well. Kind of how he's so well intentioned, but he's also drunk, and he's a fool. I think he plays a really good role with Sansa's storyline, and they do some really good foreshadowing with him. I think he just scrapes into very good for his characterization alone and his role in events. Prince Duran Martell. Oh wow, great! This is going to be great. I think Duran Martell is one of the most fascinating characters because he is a schemer and he's also a a sort of a lord in some senses, with him being the Prince of Dawn. But the difference is between someone like him and a Roose Bolton or a Tywin Lannister is that Duran Martell is a failure, and his whole family is takes a downturn constantly. But what makes Duran Martell so great? Firstly, is the deception of it from his daughter that is revealed at the end of Feast, which puts the whole plan into perspective and his role and how it connects somehow to the storylines in the East. But it's his speech in A Dance with Dragons about being a snake in the grass, which makes him different to his brother Oberyn, that really cements him as a character, I think. And in a lot of ways, his story and his character is almost fulfilled already. But I am interested to see what happens with him in Winds. I don't think he's going to live much longer because of his gout. You know, he's just so ill. But is it really interesting to see him, despite being such a failure, and his sort of legacy being based around that. the way that his family are going to spread out, and chaos will probably ensue as a result of all the deception that has happened, and the difference of approach between the Martells, where Oberyn was very aggressive and his Sand Snake daughters want to avenge. And then, of course, with him sending Quentyn to Daenerys, his own son, and then with Arianne being lied to because of his grand plan and whatever's going on in the background. And, of course, explaining to Areo Hotah about the snake in the grass. I think his whole role in events is so interesting. Doran Martell is terrible in the TV show. I love the actor who plays him, and it's such a shame that he didn't get to play the book version. But the characterization, the writing, is just appalling for Doran Martell in the show. He's one of the worst characters, just because he's just so nothing and useless. Whereas in the show, in the books, he appears useless, but he's actually the opposite of it. Yeah, Doran Martell is great. Fantastic character. Dorea. This is interesting because she dies early in the books. In the show, she lasts a bit longer, but then what they do with her with Zarizo and Doxos was dumb. But then I also really like what they do with her in the show with Viserys in Season 1 with the bathtub scene. She teaches Daenerys the art of lovemaking so that she can make love to Khal Drogo. I like the actress who plays her. I don't know. I feel like I should just put her at standard. I want to put her in good, but I don't know if I can justify it. I think standard is fine for her. Drogon. This is a dragon. Hard to rank non-human characters, to be honest. The most interesting chapter for Drogon, though, is in A Dance with Dragons, when he's in the pit with Daenerys. I am going to put Drogon in... He's just not a character, though, because dragons aren't really characters. I'm going to put Drogon in good. That... I would put him in standard, like the non sort of animal characters fit standard most of the time as a default. But the chapter in A Dance with Dragons in the fighting pit is so good that I think he belongs in good. Eddard Stark, old Ned Stark, easily one of the GOATs. He's only really alive for the first book, but his memories are there for all of them. He is the main POV for the introduction of the story. His characterization is unbelievably good. Sean Bean's performance in the TV show is perfect. The way he unravels events for the murder of Jon Arryn is so intriguing. Every chapter is captivating. Every scene in the show is captivating. His relationships with all the characters are so intriguing. There's so many characters this guy has an interesting relationship with. Catelyn, Jon Snow, Robert Baratheon, Arya Stark, Sansa Stark, Septa Mordain, Varys, Littlefinger, Pycelle, Jon Arryn, even Stannis to an extent. Benjen in the show, Jaime Lannister. Just, there's so much with Ned Stark. Barristan Selmy as well, he has a relationship with. And then, of course, you extend stuff to, like, Ashara Dayne, Arthur Dayne, Lyanna Stark, the whole Targaryen side of things, too. Jorah Mormont, even. Cersei. The relationship he has with Cersei is outstanding as well. Everything with Ned Stark is gold. He's one of the best characters. And his death scene is absolutely iconic. Love Ned Stark. One of the GOATs. Dolores Ed, Innocent Tillette. He's fun in the show. He's even better in the books, especially in the Dance of Dragons. He's one of the funniest characters. I'm going to say very good. I think he fits in the same tier as Strong Belwas. He's just such an entertaining, fun, comedic relief character. So many great lines. Yeah. Just, he always surprises you as well. George Martin always finds a way to surprise you with how funny this guy can be. Just all the crazy shit he says that is just so unexpected. Now we get to what I think is one of the most overhated characters. He's so much better than people say. Is Edmure Tully. A lot of people like to bully Edmure Tully. I think Edmure Tully is so much better than people say. This might be controversial, I'm going to put him in great. Only just, though. There's tough competition up there. But Edmure Tully is so underrated because, like, he is fun to bully, yes, but his role in the Red Wedding, his role with Jaime's POVs and Feast, the way he has to give up his home to the Lannisters after the Red Wedding. Him being forced into an arranged marriage is it's like the most pinnacle example of a fucked up arranged marriage in the whole series is Edmure Tully and Rosalind Frey. Then you got his relationship with Catelyn, his relationship with the Blackfish, his relationship with his father, Hoster. There's so much going on there for Edmure Tully that I don't think enough people give credit for. I like the actor who plays him in the show as well, though the only problem with him is that he doesn't really look like Edmure Tully should. He's supposed to be ginger with a beard. Auburn, at least. But yeah, I think Edmure Tully is one of the most underrated characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. He deserves way more than he gets. Edric Dane. Good. The problem with Edric Dane is probably down to the fact that George scrapped the 5-year plan. I would have imagined he'd either appear in Feast or Dance of Dragons. But he doesn't really do that, and it's because of that. I like the build-up they do, and how he was there at the hand tourney, and then eventually he reveals his true identity to Arya Stark in A Storm of Swords, but with the Brotherhood without banners. It's great for the world building because the Danes are a very sort of unexplored family in a lot of senses. In many ways, Edric Dane is one of them. But I feel like he could be better than good if he had actually featured after A Storm of Swords, and he probably might feature later on in A Winds of Winter or maybe A Dream of Spring. But his story kind of got cut short because of the lack of 5-year gap, and they just needed to let him get older before they can do anything with him. Of substance, really. I think he's good enough to be considered good. Because the build-up to him is really well done. Here's the other Edric Storm. As a character, he's kind of nothing, because he doesn't really have a personality that's explored, but in terms of his role in events, it's actually really interesting, so I'm going to put him in good, because his role for the Stannis storyline and with the Davos POVs is so well done, with the way that his king's blood is used, being the bastard of Robert Baratheon. And I think it's the story elements that come as a result of Edric Storm that make him worthwhile for me. Got both Edrics next to each other there. Elia Martell. Elia Martell fits into the same category as a lot of the deceased characters from the past, much like Brandon Stark and Ashara Dane, Arthur Dane, Mad King. Yeah. Again, very important to Rhaegar, obviously. Very important to young Griff and John Connington. And most of all, important to Oberyn Martell and the Dornish side of things. And the Mountain. That's her main role. She kind of plays a really, really good role in the story, but her character isn't really explored. properly because she's dead. But I really like the story surrounding Elia Martell. Alaria Sand. Um, I hate what they did with her in the show from season 5 to 7. Season 4, she's decent. I think what's really interesting about Alaria Sand is the whole thing of her with the world building, with her being a female bastard of Dawn. That's what I think pushes her up from standard to good for me, is the interesting idea of her character. Some could say that with Balon Greyjoy, I could justify him being good just for that reason. The difference is, I don't think Alaria Sand needs to be explored more than she is in the books. I think Balon Greyjoy is the opposite. I think Balon Greyjoy would benefit a lot from being explored, whereas Alaria Sand doesn't really need it. I feel like we've already gotten enough out of her characterization to warrant, a good amount. I think if there were something to add on to the books, it's what they did in season 4 of the show anyway, with her scenes with Oberyn. Those are really great. Past that point, there's not too much that you need additional with Alaria Sand. She's just a really interesting aspect of the story. Emmon Frey. Right, I'm going to have to remind myself who this one is. We're getting to the phrase again. Most confusing infinite child family ever. Emmon Frey. Second son of Walder Frey. Right. Emmon Frey is the Frey that will receive Riverrun after it's submitted. Okay. So in terms of utility, he is a useful role in the story because of his importance and significance to the plot, with the Red Wedding and with the capture of Riverrun. But apart from that, his characterization isn't as developed. So I'm gonna keep him in standard. Euron, the Crow's Eye, Greyjoy. So if this was the TV show, I would create a new tier below bad and call it the worst of all time. Because Euron Greyjoy in the TV show is the absolute drizzling shit. I despise Euron on the TV show. He's probably my least favorite character in the whole show. But in the books, ooh, 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 I'm going to say great. I was tempted to say love, but I don't think we've had enough of him yet. He's only been in a few chapters so far. And I feel like in the Winds of Winter is when we're going to really see lots more of Euron, and he's going to fully come into the fold. Euron Crowseye in the books is an awesome, awesome villain. I love the way he manipulates the Kingsmoot, the way he absolutely blasts Victarion and Asher out of the competition and just completely dominates it. I love the way he manipulates events to his advantage. I love the backstory of how he's the one that traveled to Valyria and survived. He has a dragon binder. And the whole thing of the theory is he killed Balon with a Faceless Man in the books. In the show, he just kills himself, but the theory is that he used the Faceless Man to kill Balon to get himself on the Seastone chair. I love his arrogance. His manipulative side is terrifying. His dialogue is outstanding. Just a brilliant villain, and I think in the next 2 books, Euron will become more of a focal point of the story. And hopefully be doing much better than he was in the show, because in the show, Euron was absolute trash. But in the books so far, in A Feast for Crows, he is awesome. I love Euron Greyjoy. Galazza Galere. Gonna have to look this one up. Iskari Temple, right. So must be in Marine. Yep. Dance of Dragons, that sounds right. Ah, okay, so she's the one that suggests that Danny should marry his star. Gotcha. And she plays a part of the Yunkai side of things after Daenerys leaves, right? I think standard is fine. I think she's a good utility player for the Marine plot. So just keep her there. Garland Tyrell, another underrated character. I don't think gets enough praise, probably because he's not on the show. Um, oh, where do I put him? I'm going to say very good. I'd be interested to see what more they can do with him going forward. But I really like Garland Tyrell. He plays a really interesting role in Sansa's storyline when she's still in King's Landing and the Storm of Swords. And he's a very likable character. And it's a real shame that they did cut him from the show, actually, because I think Garland could have played. You know, he could have done something really good, but I guess maybe they just wanted to focus more on Marjorie and Loras. But yeah, Garland's a good chap. Um, Certainly has some really good scenes as well. I think I don't know if I can't justify putting him in great because I don't think he's as developed as some of the other characters are. But I really like him. I really like Garland Tyrell. Gendry, another very good character. Don't like what they did with him in seasons 7 and 8 of the show, but and also some of the stuff at the end of season 3 was weird with the rowing. But I think before that point, season 1 obviously he's and book 1 he's part of Ned's thing because he's one of Robert's bastards. That's all really well done. Season 2 in Clash of Kings, he's awesome. Love his storyline with Arya. He's got a great dynamic with her. Season 3 and A Storm of Swords. Season 3 before he's taken away, he's really good. I really like his role in A Storm of Swords with the Brotherhood, and then he reappears again in A Feast for Crows as part of Brienne's storyline. So yeah, I think Gendry's a real solid character, real likable, interesting place in the world. I love the fact that one of Robert's bastards is roaming around and no one knows it. Not even Gendry knows it. And he's a blacksmith. So yeah, I really like Gendry. Good lad. Jenna Lannister. Jenna Lannister plays a really good role in Jaime's storyline in A Feast for Crows. I'm going to put her in good. She really helps him get perspective in a time when he's full of conflict. And it's a really nice chapter. And just for that one chapter alone, I think she deserves to be in good. Darkstar, Gerald Dane. I am going to say good as well. I feel like there's more on the table for Darkstar. Because he is being bigged up to some extent as an important part of the Dornish plot, but I feel like there's still more they need to really do with him. I think there's a lot of potential to do something really special with Darkstar and Winds of Winter. I'm looking forward to when he reappears. But I think Darkstar is a really interesting character idea. I just need to see more of him, more from him. You know, even though he has had an impact so far, admittedly. And I imagine if he has some kind of I don't know if this will ever happen, but if he has some kind of interaction with Cersei, that will be really interesting. Given the turn of events. Garrus Drinkwater. Is this part of Quentin's thing? Or is it part of something else? I need to check this one. Garrus Drinkwater. Yes, he is part of Quentin's faction, which means he belongs in standard as well as Archibald Ironwood. Again, fun action character, but not much more than that. Ghost, Jon's direwolf. Probably my favorite of the animal characters from memory. I think he belongs in very good, if not great. Ghost is such a key element of the story. He is so integral to John's character and the North. And Ghost has so many great moments in the story. It's a shame that due to the CGI constraints, they kind of neglected the direwolves in the show, but Ghost in the books has been nothing but great so far, and I'm really, really interested to see what they do with him in Winds of Winter because of John's death. That could bump him up to great or even love, honestly, which is crazy because he's a dog. But yeah, no, Ghost is very good. Fantastic. Gilly, Sam's partner. I think Gilly is really interesting because she represents a very simple side of the world, but she's also part of Craster's whole storyline. I think I'll put her in good. I think in the show from like seasons 5 onwards, they mess around a bit with a little bit. But I think she plays a good role in Sam's storyline. I think she's a good, person to bounce off. But she's not the most interesting character. I think probably the most interesting thing about her that we've gotten so far is the whole thing of swapping the children. I really like that aspect of the story. But yeah, I'm not sure if I could consider her one of my favorites. Maybe there are some moments where I bump her up to very good. But so far, I think she's been serviceable, is what I would say. Oh, maybe I should bump her up. Honestly, you know what? I'm just going to put her there. I'm going to put her in very good. Because I think she's so important to Sam to the point where I think because of how well it's done with Sam's storyline, I think it's fair to put her here in very good. Especially as part of his POVs. And she has a good chapter with John in A Clash of Kings as well. Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. Gregor Clegane obviously has a really interesting backstory with Sandor Clegane. The whole thing of him having an addiction to milk at the poppy because of his migraines is really interesting. His whole backstory with Oberyn Martell and Alia Martell is awesome. But his character is limited to an extent, though the Robert Strong stuff that they've been doing with him with the end of Storm of Swords and then into A Dance of Dragons is really interesting. I think could be going forward. I'm really interested to see what they do with Robert Strong in Winds, assuming that Gregor Clegane is Robert Strong. Yeah, I think... Ooh, where do I put the Mountain? I'm going to say very good, purely based on the fact of how amazing his backstory with the Hound is. I love that. Gren. Gren from the Night's Watch. One of John's brothers. Gren's fun. I think he has to be a tier below Dolores Ed, because he's not... Like, the Night's Watch brothers are fun, but they're nowhere near as good as Dolores Ed. He's one of the better ones. I think I'll put Gren in good. Like, he's good character, fun character, good interactions with Sam and John. I'll leave him there. Greywind. Rob's direwolf. It's got to be a tier below Ghost, so I'll put him in good. I really like and really find the whole thing of did Rob walk into Greywind before dying? I think that theory is really interesting. I also really like the scene in the show when Rob takes Greywind to Jaime's chamber. That's a really good scene. Yeah, on the whole, I think Greywind is good. And the role I think the best scene with Greywind is unfortunately the Red Wedding. It's got to be the Red Wedding when Arya sees him get shot on the TV show. It's just heartbreaking. Grey Worm, the Unsullied. So I think Grey Worm represents a really interesting bit of world building for the most part. I also really like Jacob Anderson's performance in the TV show a lot. Some of what they did with him later on in the show is a bit annoying. Like season 6 onwards, I'd say. Maybe season 5 onwards. But I think he's really interesting. I think his relationship with Missandei in season 4 is one of my favorite parts about him. But I think I'm going to put him in good. I don't know if I can justify him being in great or very good because there's just not enough character there, really. And I don't feel feel like he is as crucial to the story as the TV show makes him out to be, and the book doesn't seem to prioritize that. But in terms of world building, he's a very interesting piece of that puzzle. So I'll leave him in good. Holden Halfmaester, also a good character. Maybe not quite as good as some of the other ones in good, but Holden Halfmaester plays a really interesting role in A Dance of Dragons as part of Tyrion and John Connington's storyline. The idea of a half-maester is unique, and I'm kind of wondering if he has any connection to the Grand Maester conspiracy to some extent that people are theorizing. There's got to be some kind of weird thing going on there with Holden Halfmaester, I feel like. I'm interested to see what they do with him in Winds of Winter. Harold Harding. Now I've got to remind myself what he's done, to be honest. Harold Harding. So that's what I'm going to do. Harry the Young Falcon. Oh yes, now I remember. He is in A Feast for Crows, and he is part of Sansa Stark's storyline. Gotcha. So he is the one that Sansa Stark is betrothed to. And he is going to play a big role in Sansa's storyline going forward as Littlefinger moves the chess pieces around. I'm going to keep him at standard. He's not much of a developed character yet, but he is supposedly going to be marrying Sansa, and very interested to see what they do with him and Sansa in the Winds of Winter for sure. Harry Strickland from the Golden Company. What they did with him in the TV show was outrageous. It was terrible. But his role in the books is much more interesting at this point, with him being met not only by Tyrion, but he now is sided with young Griff and John Connington. I'm going to say good. I think Harry Strickland is fantastic for the world building with the Golden Company, and his whole attitude makes for really interesting interactions and conflict with John Connington and young Griff. Harris Swift. Once again, I'm going to have to remind myself. I know this name. I've heard it a lot. I'm going to have to remind myself what this guy's done. It's hard to remember everything, even when you're a fan. Harris Swift. Oh, C. Right. Okay, so he's a Lannister character, I see. Oh, and he's Hand of the King under Queen Regent Cersei, I see. Yes, of course, because of the death of Tywin Lannister. Yeah, okay, now I'm remembering. Now I'm remembering Harris Swift. So he is again a utility character in a lot of ways, and he appears in every book as part of the Lannister storyline, and I guess there is that whole thing of him replacing and becoming Hand of the King is quite important. Once again, Winds of Winter is going to be interesting for him going forward, knowing his role and his importance in the world. But I'm going to keep him at standard because as a character, I'm not feeling it as much yet, but we'll see. The High Sparrow. Now, the High Sparrow is great, and he's amplified even more by Jonathan Pryce's performance in the TV show and some of the extra scenes they give. I think the season 6 finale, they do make a mistake with him, but overall in the book so far, he's been excellent. I would put him in very good just for the books, but because of Jonathan Pryce and the TV show, I'm going to put him in great. I fucking love the High Sparrow. The whole faith militant, the religion, the Light of the Seven, all of that stuff is just so interesting and so brilliant for Cersei's POVs. I also really like the way he first appears in Brienne's POVs as well, and sort of the build up to him. But yeah, the way he takes over King's Landing is just so interesting. It's one of the most unique ways someone's ever played the Game of Thrones. And I think he belongs in great. The High Sparrow is awesome. Hizdar Zolarak, man who marries Daenerys in A Dance of Dragons. I also would give them points for some of the stuff they did with him in season 4 of the TV show. Maybe not so much season 5, but season 4, they gave the whole thing of him wanting to bury his father instead of him being pinned up. But in A Dance of Dragons, he plays a good role, an interesting role. He's an opposing thing to Dario, because obviously Dario is her boy toy, and Hizdar is arranging a marriage with Daenerys for power over Meereen. He plays an interesting part in the political side of the game. I think he's good. I don't think he rises above good so far. I think Hizdar is a character that plays his role and plays his role well. And I think his chapters the chapters he appears in are interesting, for sure. Hodor. 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 So obviously he's almost sort of a cult fan favorite in the TV show. There's divisive opinions about what they do with him in season 6. In the books, he is really likable, but his character is limited because he only says one word and he's a giant. But honestly, I'm going to put him in very good because I think Hodor is a simplistic character in a complex world. And I think he belongs in the same tier as Strong Belwas. He kind of fits that same category. And yeah, I really like Hodor for that. Hosteen Frey. Now this is a very familiar name. But again, I'm going to have to remind myself which one this is, because I know what the Freys do. But getting the names right is the hard part. Right, okay, so he's a utility character for all the Frey stuff. I think he belongs in standard. I think I'll keep him in standard, because I think it's hard with the Freys, because there's so many of them, and they all just play, a lot of them play these utility roles. Only a few of them get to extend it into actual characters. Hoster Tully. This was such a lovely surprise in the books, because in the show he's a corpse. In the books, we get Catelyn POV chapters with Hoster Tully. And he perfectly plays the role of an old man slowly dying and losing his mind. I really, really like the portrayal of Hoster Tully in the books. I think it's fantastic. I'm going to put him in very good. Hot Pie. Hot Pie is fun, and he kind of fits the role of starting out as a bully but being revealed to being a coward, and then redeems himself a little bit. And sort of the tides turn. He's really important for Arya's sort of role, especially in Clash of Kings. I'm going to say Hot Pie's in good. He doesn't revise above good. I think the actor in the show is really charming, though. I do like the actor. Kyle Hunt. Another character I'm going to remind myself of who he is and what he does. So he's only in A Feast for Crows. Ah. Okay, so he's part of the Reach group with Randall Tarley in The Feast for Crows and Brienne's chapters. Of course, yes, and that's right, because he joins Brienne of Tarth because Randall Tarley thinks she needs men beside him. and he's taken prisoner by Lady Sonar. Okay. Yeah, I remember Hyle Hunt now. I'm going to keep him at standard. I don't think there's anything too special about him from A Feast for Crows. Illyrium Apatis, the man who gave Dany her dragon eggs. Very good. Very good. Not great, but very good. Very limited time. Start of the first book and the start of the fifth book. With Dany and Tyrion POVs, his relationship with Varys. Oh, also, yeah, the Arya POV where we find out that he has a relationship with Varys as well. Illyrium Apatis is so essential to the mystery behind the story and his connection with young Griffin John Connington and the Blackfires and Varys is really interesting, and the way he's almost like a player of the game, but he exists in the East. I love his characterization as well, especially in the books. Like the sort of all the dialogue and all that is so fun. Yeah, Illyrium Apatis is fantastic. Ilyn Payne. Ilyn Payne is good. Doesn't talk, obviously. Beheads Ned Stark is important, especially part of Jaime's storyline because he doesn't talk. But like, Ilyn Payne doesn't really have much of a character, but the character he does have is interesting. Shame that he kind of got cut from the show after season 2 because of the actor's illness. But I think Ilyn Payne serves the show and the books well for when he's on. Eerie, one of Daenerys' handmaidens. I'm going to say good. They give her a little bit of characterization. Her instincts to dedicate to her Khaleesi to an extreme level, especially when she's going through her hormonal stages, is a really interesting thing for Daenerys' POVs. I don't like the way they killed her in the show. I thought it was dumb, but the way they kept her on the books as her handmaiding is as a good utility character, I think was done well. Jacelyn Bywater. So I know this name, but once again, I'm going to have to look this up because I need to remind myself what this character has partaken in. Commander of the City Watch, right? I believe she replaces Janos Slynt after he's taken to the Night's Watch. See, and Jacelyn was essential to the Mudgate with the Blackwater battle. Yes, I think Bywater kind of plays a utility role again. Just like a character that's part of the clockwork but isn't developed as much. We'll keep her in standard. Jaime Lannister. One of the GOATs. Some of the best character development and arcs you can get in fiction. Jaime Lannister is incredible. Nicola Costa-Waldau's performance in the show is also incredible. Some of the stuff they do with Jaime in the second half of the show is unforgivable, especially in season 8. But in the books, Jaime is absolutely incredible. Every chapter that he's a POV for is awesome, and even chapters he's not, where he's appearing in, is outstanding. Like, he barely even appears at all in a Clash of Kings, but when he does, some of the best chapters in that whole book. His relationships with all these different characters are so complex. His inner conflict is at a fever pitch all the time. His sense of humor is edgy, but it's very funny. I just love Jaime. Pushing Bran from the tower, the things I do for love, his falling out with Cersei, and then his relationship with Brienne of Tarth. Absolutely outstanding, and his dynamic with Catelyn as well. There's so much to love with Jaime Lannister. And the bathtub scene with Brienne, where he recounts when he killed the Mad King, is just, and he became the Kingslayer. Unbelievable. The hypocrisy of Ned Stark with Jaime Lannister. Off the charts. Absolutely love Jaime. Janos Slynt. It's got to be good or very good, I think. Because he's not the most complex character, but his role in events is so major. I'm going to say very good. The reason why is he's essential to so much. Because he's essential to Ned being captured and that betrayal He's essential to the death of Robert's bastards in King's Landing. He's essential to Tyrion in demonstrating his ability to play the game as Hand of the King. And he's essential to Jon Snow with the beheading scene in A Dance with Dragons. Janos Slynt benefits so much. And so many of the major characters that are important to the story, so he's going to be very good. I also really like the actor who plays him in the show as well. He does well. Jaqen H'ghar. Or should we say the faceless man who portrays Jaqen H'ghar. Yeah, I think Jaqen H'ghar is very good. Actually, I'm tempted to say great, honestly, because it's tough with Jaqen H'ghar. He doesn't appear much in A Clash of Kings. I don't like what they did with him in the show from season 5 and 6, but season 2 he's great. A Clash of Kings he's great too. And he's so cool. Oh, I don't know. You know what? Fuck it, let's put him in great. Because Jaqen H'ghar in the books is so damn good. So damn good for Arya's POVs. Like, he defines her character in the second book to a T. And the whole world building with the faceless men of Braavos is so awesome. Yeah, I love Jaqen H'ghar. Great character. The old bear, Jeor Mormont. I'm going to say very good. Very important to Jon Snow's arc for sure, especially with his Raven. I like the actor who plays him in the show. And his connection to his son, too, makes for interesting world building. Yeah, I think Jeor Mormont belongs in very good. Enjoyable character. Lots to love there. Jane Poole. Oh, poor old Jane Poole. Gonna put her in good. She serves a good role for Sansa and Theon's POVs. Things they do to her, though, the Boltons, is just... oof. It's rough. Really rough. Poor girl's been through so much. So much terror. She's one of the characters that really shows the terror of the world, the worst side of it. And man, she gets raped by Ramsay Bolton. That's just terrible. Ugh. But her role in the story is a good one for showing the harsh side of it. Jane Westerling. I'm also going to put her in good. Being part of Rob's storyline. Sort of twisting his motivations and having him betray the Freys. She also meets Jaime in A Feast for Crows as well. This is something the show doesn't do with Talisa. Talisa gets stabbed at the Red Wedding. Jane is still alive, though. The Westerlings are a Western house as well. Well, you'd think aligned with Lannisters, but ends up marrying Robb Stark. I am interested to see if we learn more about her in Winds, because there's a lot of theories out here about Jane Westerling and how her marriage to Robb kind of happened and how it all went about. So I think there's a fascinating side to her. This. Jiqui. Same as Aerie. Just good utility character for Daenerys. Actually, is she even as good as Aerie? No, I'm gonna say standard, because Aerie at least has the chapter where she sleeps in Daenerys' bed, and that's like good for her characterization and her growth as a person, whereas Jiqui doesn't even have that. I'm gonna put her in standard. Jogo, same thing. Dothraki character, standard. Meets the requirements. Joffrey Baratheon, love. Absolutely love Joffrey Baratheon, one of the best villains in all of fiction. I don't know if I can put him in the GOATs. It's really hard to put someone in the GOAT that isn't as developed as some of the others. I love Jack Gleeson, who plays Joffrey in the show. He's perfect for the role. He's just everything you could want out of this character. He's a nasty little vicious bastard. and that again makes King. He's great for so many characters' arcs and in relationships, and his death scene's one of the best. Joffrey is outstanding. I could see an argument for the goats, honestly, but I don't know if I can justify it. Like it's close, but I'm going to put him in love. I love Joffrey as much as I should hate Joffrey. I love the characterization. I think he's just absolutely outstanding. I actually love what they did with him in the show as well. They developed him even further by giving him more scenes with Cersei and also with Marjorie Tyrell. They just made him an even better character. Yeah, Joffrey is outstanding. Great, great stuff. Jojen Reed. Um, hmm. I'm gonna say very good because he's an intriguing character for sure. Especially for Bran's POVs and early they introduced him earlier in the books than they do in the show in the Clash of Kings. So the timing is kind of works out nicer. I also think Thomas Sangster's performance is really good in the show. It's interesting how at this point in the story people theorize that Bran is drinking Jojen's paste and then he might be dead. And he's sort of part of the knowledge that was his place, which is pretty dark. But yeah, Jojen Reed plays a very good role in Bran's story in his POVs. I really like him. Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn fits the same role as Ashara Dane, the same role as Aerys Targaryen, Arthur Dane, Brandon Stark. He's a dead, deceased character, but we learn a lot about him in the POVs and the memories of him. And the whole of the first book is based around his murder, and it's really well done. Also, good world building for the Vale as well. For like Lysa Arryn and Robert Arryn and all that. So yeah, Jon Arryn belongs in good for that. Jon Connington, one of the most recent additions to the A Song of Ice and Fire canon in A Dance of Dragons. He was foreshadowed in A Song of Swords and A Feast for Crows as well. Jon Connington is so interesting, and I can't wait to see what they do with him in Winds of Winter. The way he contracted Grayscale, the way he hid himself and young Griff, the Griffin Roost, the whole family of that tying to the Stormlands, his love for Rhaegar Targaryen. I'm going to put him in great. I think he could even go up to love as well in the next book, or even higher. I think Jon Connington is a fascinating character that we meet through Tyrion's POV that's brilliantly foreshadowed, that has an interesting house and an interesting castle, and his POV is going to represent a really interesting twist of events, because one of the biggest twists in the whole series in A Dance of Dragons is when Tyrion figures out who Griff is and who young Griff is. Jon Connington and his grayscale as well from the Sorrows. The omission of him in the show is criminal because he's so important to the story. So yeah, and I love his POVs too. So yeah, Jon Connington is fantastic, despite entering the story very late in the game. I cannot wait to see what they do with him in Winds of Winter, especially with his grayscale giving him a sort of almost like a ticking time bomb effect. Jon Snow. Oh baby. Oh baby. I think, you know what? What do I do here? Oh, fuck it. I'm putting him in the GOATs. Jon Snow in the books is one of the best. I love his chapters, especially in A Storm of Swords. His chapters in A Storm of Swords are just on another level. His relationship with Ygritte, his relationships with Ned, his whole thing with Catelyn hating him, his relationship with Samwell, all his Nightshot brothers, Alliser Thorne, Mance Rayder, Benjen Stark, Corin Halfhand. Tormund Giantsbane. Like, there's just endless amounts that you could talk about that's great about Jon Snow and the shock death at the end of *The Dance of Dragons. And the whole Ascent to Lord Commander. There's just so much to love about Jon Snow. I think in the TV show, once you get like sort of past season 5, they really fuck up his character a lot. And by the time you get to like season 7 and 8, I just absolutely hate him. But in the books, Jon Snow is legitimately one of the best, one of the absolute best, and I love his POV chapters and the whole struggle he goes through. And he's kind of the definition of the human heart of conflict, really. And the whole thing of him being a bastard and everything. It's just, this guy is filled to the brim with interesting character traits left, right, and center. And his journey is just, oh, so good. Goat tier. John Umber. I'm going to assume this is great, John Umber. I'm going to say very good. I think he fits in the same role as strong Belwas kind of characters. It's a lot of fun. Tanks people at the Red Wedding. And distrust Rob until Rob proves himself brute with the brute strength of his direwolf by eating his fingers off. He's just a fun character. Bit dumb, but very strong. Great warrior. Jorah Mormont. Wow. Jorah Mormont is an interesting one. I think he's, in some respects, he's even better in the show than he is in the books because of Ian and Glenn's portrayal and the different things they do with him. I'm going to say great. I love Jorah Mormont. I think he belongs in the same tier as Dany. He's just so interesting. And his downfall pre the story, the way it's explained at the start of Clash of Kings, is just makes you really understand him on a deep level. And the way that he almost betrays Daenerys and stops the wine cellar. It's a great chapter. A great scene in the show as well. But then when he's found out and he gets banished is also fantastic. And then he becomes all salty and captures Tyrion. And the way he's been just absolutely beaten down by slavery. And he's like he's like a shade, like a shadow of his former self. Jorah Mormont's one of the most interesting parts of the story, and the way he connects Daenerys to Westeros is very important. And he plays a really good utility role as well as an exposition character, and it's done seamlessly. Yeah, I love Jorah Mormont. I also love Ian Glenn's performance in the show as well. I think season 7 and 8 they fuck with this character a bit, but the best of Jorah Mormont is just awesome. Kevin Lannister. Underused in the show, but very good in the books. His scene with Cersei in A Feast for Crows, where he says, basically reveals that he knows that her and Jaime are the parents of the king. It's fantastic. And Kevin's role in events in the epilogue to A Dance of Dragons is major. Yeah, Kevin's very good. Much better. In the show, he's decent enough, but he's not as good as in the books. In the books, he's a lot better. He gets a lot more featured, especially with Tyrion's trial in the Storm of Swords, and the way he is the one that visits him when he's in prison is a big part of his character that they took out of season 4. I really like Kevin. Khal Drogo. Khal Drogo is really cool, and he's made even better by the show because of Jason Momoa. I really like Khal Drogo. I think he's just such a cool character. And so much fun. And only in the first book, but he sets up the Dothraki culture in a really interesting way. The sort of the culture of the whole society and everything. Kindly Man. Pretty good, interesting lines of dialogue for the Faceless Man and all that, but I'm going to put him in good because I don't think his character is what's interesting about him. It's more just Arya's POV of the Faceless Men training and all that. I just keep the Kindly Man in good. I think that's where he belongs. Krasnys Mo Naklos gives Daenerys one of the most iconic moments in the show and the books in Astapor. I think good is where he belongs. He's very short-lived, but he serves his role well. Lady Stoneheart. Lady Stoneheart's very good. I'm so interested to see what they do with her in Winds. The end of Silver Swords epilogue is breathtaking, and then the twist at the end of Feast with Brienne is great. And then I think in the next book, when Jamie, Brienne, and Lady Stoneheart finally sit down to talk, it's gonna culminate in a great payoff to what was set up with Catelyn. So yeah, really interested with Lady Stoneheart. Lady, Sansa's direwolf. I want to say standard, but the manner in which that she dies is so good in the story that I'm going to say good, just. It's that whole thing where Ned has to kill Lady and it affects Sansa is just such a great development for all the characters. So I'll say good. Lancel Lannister. Ooh, very good, I think. Him being Robert Baratheon's squire. Then Cersei cheating on Jamie with Lancel when Jamie's gone. Him being rejected and then joining the Faith Militant and fucking up Cersei's life. And that whole scene with Jamie in A Feast for Crows at Darry is just outstanding. Love it. Lancel Lannister is probably one of the most underrated characters in the series. I also really like the actor who plays him in the show as well. I think he does a really good job. Lem Lemcloak. Underused in the show, he only really turns up till season 6 with the whole rogue thing, but in the books he appears a lot more. With Arya's POV, with the Brotherhood Without Banners. They do a really good job of introducing him and giving him a sort of a entry point to that whole world and unfolding all these different characters. I'm going to put him in good. I like them. Lemore. I need to remind myself who Lemore is. Let's have a look. Ah, see. Spiritual tutor for young Griff. Right, I see. Okay, the Shy Maid. Yes, the Shy Maid of Volantis. Okay, I'm going to put it at standard for now. Maybe she'll do more in Winds, but I think she's functional. Little Walder Frey. Similar to, I think he belongs in the same tier as Big Walder Frey, which I believe is good, because he also was part of the whole bullying Bran thing. So I'll put him in good. Loras Tyrell. Very good. Loras Tyrell is excellent. Excellent character. I love his connection with Renly Baratheon. The whole thing with the Kingsguard. In the show, they kind of made him a bit of a gay caricature with the whole Oliver thing and the tying him into the Faith Militant, which had its ups and downs. But in the books, I really like him, and also the question of what happened at Dragonstone with him is going to hopefully lead to some interesting developments and wins if he's still alive. We don't know. Loras of the whole Night of the Flowers with the mountain and the joust and the relationship with Renly and then the connection with Marjorie is so well done. So I'm going to put Loras in very good. I really like him. Lothar Brune. Who the fuck is that? This is one where I don't even recognize the name. Lothar Brune. Clash of Kings. Ah. Okay, so he starts out early in the story as an extra and then becomes part of Baelish's whole thing. Right, I'm going to put him at standard. I don't think his role has become extreme yet, but he has an interesting part to play in the story for Littlefinger, for sure. Maester Luwin. Ooh. I'm going to say great. Maester Luwin is fantastic in the books and in the show. I love Donald Sumter's performance. I love his death scene. His whole relationship with Theon Greyjoy and Bran and Osha. So well done. And at the start of the story with Ned and Catelyn. Maester Luwin's a great character. died at the right time. So zen, and you know, just understanding of the whole situation. I love his performance in the scene in the show with the Behead's Roderick as well. It's very well done. Lyanna Stark, same category as the Mad King and Arthur Dane and Elia Martell and all that. Just a dead character that is told through flashbacks. Obviously, Robert Baratheon loved her. I love that scene in the show with Robert talks to Cersei about Lyanna Stark. And I love the flashbacks that Ned has to her. The Promise Me Ned flashbacks at the Tower of Joy are excellent. Lynn Corbray. Must remind myself who this person is. Valyrian Steel. Yes, okay. So Lynn Corbray is part of the Eyrie storyline. I see. Right, I'm going to keep them at standard. Lysa Arryn. Lysa Arryn. Where does she fit into all of this? I'm going to say very good. I really like her relationship with Littlefinger, the whole thing with the Jon Arryn murder and how her part to play in it. Her overprotecting Robin Arryn, turning him into a terrible child. Her sort of bitterness towards Tyrion and Sansa is all really well done. Yeah, I think Lysa Arryn belongs in very good character. Really good stuff. And her death scene is awesome. Mace Tyrell, another very good character. Much better in the books than the show. In the show, he's kind of a caricature of himself, to an extent, maybe except for a bit of season 5. But in the books, there is so much more going on there. There's a lot he's not saying, because the Tyrells are known for hiding a lot of stuff. I really like Mace Tyrell. I think Winds of Winter is going to be interesting for him going forward because of the clash that he's going to have with John Connington and young Griff. I'm also interested to see if Loras is still alive, how that's all going to factor in too. And yeah, I think there's more to Mace Tyrell than he's letting on. I think there's a lot of mystery surrounding this guy, and he's not just dumb. I think there's a lot to him that isn't being portrayed to the people that don't know. Mance Rayder, very, very good. I'm almost tempted to say great. Oh, do I say great? He barely has any screen time, but he's just so fucking interesting. The King Beyond the Wall, the head of the Wildlings. Every chapter he has with Jon is just like another twist after the other. And the deception he does, he's way better in the books than he is in the show. The show he's fine, but in the books he's just on another level. You know what? Fuck it. Let's put him in great. Mance Rayder is so interesting. And the glamour thing with Melisandre's POV chapter, the whole way he's able to command the Wildlings, the Horn of Winter, the whole thing with Stannis. Oh, it's just amazing. And people theorize that he's gone to Winterfell as well. I am very much looking forward to seeing what Mance Rayder does in the next book as well, now that Jon's dead. Where does he fit into the events in the north with the Wildlings? It's very interesting. Mandon Moore, good. Fills his role to injure Tyrion during the Blackwater, and that's basically it. A Kingsguard member that plays his role exactly as he should. Marjorie Tyrell. Oh, Marjorie Tyrell has got to be at least great. Oh, she's so good. Especially in the TV show with Natalie Dormer's performance and all the scenes she has with Olenna. Just outstanding. Great character. I love her manipulation and deception. Even in season 2, scenes with Renly Baratheon and Littlefinger are great. Oh, do I put her in love? Is she that good to put her in love? I'm very tempted. You know what? Fuck it. Marjorie Tyrell belongs in this tier because she's just such a great character in the show that what they do with her in the show is just it's so outstanding that she is bumped up to being on the same level as Joffrey for me because you just the way that they characterize her is so interesting, and the way she manipulates Tommen and her relationship with Olenna is it's one of the best parts of the King's Landing plot. Marillion the Bard, good. Serves his role well, gets his self cut, and then plays a part in Littlefinger's killing of Lysa Arryn. Manipulated, really funny character, annoys the shit out of Tyrion and Joffrey. Marwyn the Mage. Marwyn the Mage is good. I think there's more to do with him now that things are getting into gear with all this stuff. Marwyn the Mage at Old Town with Samwell should be really interesting in Winds of Winter. But what we've gotten so far with him is interesting. Mira Reed. I feel like she needs to be in the tier below Jojen. So Jojen's very good. Mira is good. I like what they do with her in the show at Mutiny at Crassus Keep with Carl Tanner. And her rivalry with Osha. Some of the stuff they do with her Bran is interesting in the books as well. Yeah, I like Mira Reed. She's not that interesting, but she's interesting enough. Her story about Greywater Watch as well is interesting, with like the whole thing with the floating castle. It's good enough. Melisandre. Melisandre. Melisandre is very interesting. I'm going to go great. I love her. I love her position in Stannis' storyline. I think it's so interesting, and there's so much more to be unfolded from it. In the show, she kind of loses her way a bit after Stannis dies. But the really good stuff we get with Melisandre is so interesting, and I love Carice Van Houten's performance as well. The Lord of Light. Yes, very unique character with very unique role in the world. And the devil for Stannis' shoulder, where Davos is the angel. Maribold. Maribold is really interesting and gets a really interesting speech in one of Brienne's POV chapters. It's interesting because they've presented a picture of Brother Ray from season 6. Maribold is a different character to Brother Ray, really, even though they are similar. The sort of sighting of the hound that he had at the salt pans was interesting. But yeah, I think that speech alone puts him in the good for me. Merritt Frey. Merritt Frey gets the POV chapter where Lady Stoneheart comes back. I think Merritt Frey belongs in good. They use him really well. And this whole thing of recounting the Red Wedding and then with Lady Stoneheart is really well done in A Song of Swords. Meryn Trant. Meryn Trant belongs in good. He has a good rivalry with the Hound. He kills Syria Farrell. He, in the show as well with Sansa, has a whole thing going on. I think in the show they overdo the pedophile aspect of him and with the hurting little girls and like the torture side of it. But in the books, he's a lot more minor and not as prominent because they also have Boris Blunt in the books as well. Meryn Trant also features well with Tyrion's trial. I think he's a really good utility character. And I like the actor who plays in the show. He's quite good. Mirri Maz Duur. Also good. Very important to Daenerys' story in the first book. Foreshadowing things. Talking about when the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. And the seas go dry and the mountains fly. Like, that's such a great bit of dialogue from her. And the tragedy of Mirri Maz Duur. Very nihilistic character, but fits into the mage role as well. Missandei of Narth, another good character. Similar to Grey Worm in some respects. She's a translator. She has an interesting role in Daenerys' story. Once again, once you get to the sort of season 6 onwards in the TV show, she gets a little bit weird. But in the books, she serves herself really well as part of Daenerys' storyline. Makoro. Makoro is one of the most interesting things that's been added with the Dance of Dragons. I'm going to put him in good for now because he's a character that's surrounded in mystery and he is super intriguing and super unique. But I want to see what happens with him going forward with Winds of Winter, with Victorian stuff, and after having met Tyrion. He's kind of a bit like Quaithe in a way, which we'll get to eventually. Septim Ordain. Good. Very good for Sansa's character, mainly. Some extent Arya too, and Ned Stark, but mainly Sansa. I really like her role in the first book. I think she serves really well as part of that. Maud, another good character, very funny, very good for Tyrion's stuff in season 1 and the first book. But being the jailer, very entertaining. Mors Umber. Mors Umber, I think, is another good character, another utility role that plays well. He's not a super developed character, but in the world, his place is there, and it's done well. Maybe I should put him in standard, actually. You know what? I'll just do that. Maya Stone. Maya Stone is good and is a very interesting part of Sansa's Aerie storyline. Her role being another one of Robert's bastards, being a female one and being one from long ago, is really interesting. It gives really good backstory, and I'm really interested to see what they do with Maya Stone in Winds of Winter. I think there's a lot of potential for her. Miranda Royce, standard so far. Again, part of Sansa's storyline. Not a lot there. There's a lot they could do, maybe, but I'm not going to super praise her for now. Myrcella Baratheon, good. Harmless little girl. Really interesting chapters in Dawn with Ariane Martell. But again, she is just a kid. I think the representation of her as a female and older than Tommen is part of a really interesting thing in the story, and I think what they do in the show with her in season 5 doesn't really work as well, but I do like the whole scene of her knowing that Jaime's her father, and also when Cersei finds out she's dead, that's really well done too. I'm going to put her in good. Nestor Royce, good. He's part of the investigation of Lysarian's death in the books. He plays his role really well. A lot of these Aerie characters are utility players because there's not a lot of time spent there. But he does his job well, and he's a character that serves his purpose. Nymeria Sand. Nymeria Sand. The Sand Stakes are a tough one. They're terrible in the show. The show they'd be bottom tier with Euron in the show, but in the books they are serviceable. I think Nymeria Sand and the other two, they kind of represent the vengeance side of the Martells, much like Oberyn. Interested to see what she does in Winds of Winter. I think purely based on what the Sand Snakes represent for the Martell story and how it goes against Duran's sort of snake in the grass thing, makes them interesting enough, but that's about as high as they're going to get. Is good. Nymeria the Direwolf, I'm going to say very good, just like Ghost, because Nymeria's scenes where Arya has the dreams are some of my favorite chapters in the whole series. I absolutely love it, and I love the conflict at the start of the first book where she bites Joffrey and has to run away. It's a very, very good thing, but Arya's wolf dreams are just peak stuff for me. Abara Sand, same as Nymeria. Oberyn Martell. I love Oberyn Martell, not just in the books, but he's even better in the show. I think Pedro Pascal elevates him to another level, and the extra scenes they give him in season 4 just make him incredible, bumping him up from probably great to love. Oberyn's one of the absolute best. Oh, he makes season 4 so fun to watch. Great history, great for the world building, great history with the Mountain and with Tywin Lannister, and I love his dynamic with Tyrion and Cersei in the show as well. And his whole position on the small council, and with Ilaria Sand and the wedding and everything. Oh, Oberyn's amazing. I love him. Short-lived, but so good. Such a great character. Old Nan. Old Nan is... I'm gonna say Old Nan is very good because her POVs for Bran especially, and maybe Theon to an extent, they are really important at building up the horror aspect of the world and sort of the White Walkers especially and all the stories. I think Old Nan fits that role to a T, and that's why I think she belongs in just above good, because there is a lot of really, really good chapters of her storytelling in there. Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. I would put her in love for the books, and then Diana Rigg in the TV show elevates her to one of the GOATs. Olenna Tyrell is absolutely outstanding. The whole murder of Joffrey is just awesome. The performance from Diana Rigg is perfect. The dynamic with Marjorie is incredible. Her chemistry with Tywin Lannister is off the charts. Everything about Olenna Tyrell is great. She's even one of the characters that's great in the late seasons of the show, and I love her death scene in season 7. Just off the charts. Incredible. Great character, great dialogue, great actress, great story. Important as well. And great for the world building for the Tyrells. So good. Love her. And also with the red wines in the book as well. That's a great connection. Olenna Tyrell absolutely deserves to be one of the GOATs. Osfryd Kettleblack. So the Kettleblacks are fun characters. They really mess around a lot with Cersei's storyline and Littlefinger and Tyrion to an extent, but mainly Cersei is the fun part. The thing with In a Feast for Crows with Osfryd Kettleblack is just, it's so cruel and it's so major, but it's also just down to the pressure and just the humorous stupidity of the three brothers and all that. I'm putting him in good. I think Osfryd Kettleblack is so fun. I think I'll put the other two in there too, Osmond and Osney. They all three of them deserve to be in good because they add so much, and it's a shame they're not on the show because they add a lot more depth to King's Landing being there than not. And the fact that they are three of Littlefinger's stooges and they fuck up Cersei's life and Tyrion's as well is really entertaining to unfold. Osha in the books is probably good, but Natalia Tennant and the writing in the show elevate her so much that she's either very good or great. Like, she is so good in the show. At least not in season 6, but in seasons 1 to 3, she is just outstanding. I'm going to put it in very good. I think very good is fair. I don't think she can go higher than that. I think that's probably unfair. But yeah, Osha is so good in the show with Natalia Tennant playing her. The whole backstory that she gave in season 3, the dynamic with Bran and Rickon and Maester Luwin, and the Reeds is all really well done. I just don't like what I did with her in season 6, but this is best faith, so I'm going to put her in very good. Patchface, another very good character, really intriguing, really creepy, really mysterious. There's probably something really interesting going on with Patchface, and I'm looking forward to seeing what his role is in Winds of Winter. I like his dynamic with Shireen as well. It's interesting having Stannis, such a straight-faced person, have a character like Patchface in his storyline, but the circumstances speak for itself. He survived the drowning that Steffon Baratheon died in, and he's seen things. He has seen things. Pate. Pate is from Old Town. I'm going to say good. I like his prologue chapter, and the fact that Samwell meets up with them again at A Feast for Crows is a nice full circle. I think they do a good job with Pate. But there's not much more to say on that, really. Paxter Redwine, another good one. Great for the world building. I'm really looking forward to in Winds of Winter when his family clashes with Euron in Old Town. That might extend his characterization a bit, but yeah, Paxter Redwine fills his role really well. Penny. I'm going to say Penny's good. I want to like Penny more than I do. I think she gets a bad rap because she's probably represents the least entertaining chapters of Tyrion's arc in all the books, but I think that's harsh because I think it's just purely down to the absolute class that is Tyrion's chapters from the first three books. I think Penny is fine. I think she represents an interesting turning point for Tyrion when he's at his lowest point and she tries to bring him back up again. And she does a really good job of that. Also with her own issues, and I like the extension of she's the sister of one of the guys, one of them, the dwarfs that performed at Joffrey's wedding. It's a nice connection there. Pitaya, Baelish, Littlefinger. Ooh, this is gonna be at least love. I hate what I did with them in the show from season 5 onwards, but if we're talking the books, Baelish is absolutely top tier. I mean, seasons 1 to 4 Baelish, and then books 1 to 3 Baelish. I definitely put him in the GOATs. He doesn't appear as much in Feast, but he's still so good. You know what? Fuck it, he's going in the GOATs. Pitaya Baelish is just... He is one of the best characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. His role in everything. And I love in the show Aidan Gillen's performance and the whole Chaos's ladder speech and all the scenes with Varys and the chess match. Just extends his character so much. I just hate what they did with him in season 5 onwards. Just ruined him. But Littlefinger at its best is one of the best characters. I absolutely love Littlefinger, especially his thing with Ned Stark in season 1. It's just outstanding, and his whole relationship with Catelyn. It's fascinating. And with Sansa Stark too. Podrick Payne. Podrick Payne is very good. He's fun. Simple character. I think he belongs in the same tier. Like, it's the same thing with like Strong Belwas and Khal Drogo and all that. He doesn't belong above that, but he's a good squire, just tries his best. Fun character. You got some really good comedic stuff with him in the TV show as well. I like Podrick Payne. Polliver. Good for Arya's arc. Functional. Has a good death. And he's just a good, like, useless bully character. I really like that scene in season 2 when Tywin absolutely rips him apart in Harrenhal. That's a great scene. Pyat Pree. Good. Mysterious, creepy. Good for Dany's arc in Clash of Kings. Don't like what they did with him in the show. The show made him the story a bit weird, but the warlock stuff in the Clash of Kings is really well set up, and I love the House of the Undying, so he belongs in good. Grand Maester Pycelle, very good character. Gillian Glover's performance is excellent. His death scene's great in both the books and the show. And just sort of adding a nasty side to the Maester, and the performance he puts on, the facade is great. And I love the scene he has with Tywin, the deleted scene. And also the scenes just where he removes that facade. Like, I love the scene in season 2 where he flicks the coin at Tyrion to get payback and says, "For your troubles," just like Tyrion did to his whore. Very funny, and he's great for the Jon Arryn conspiracy as well. Very, very good character. Pip, also known as Piper. He's got to be in the same tier as Gren. I think that's good. Fun Night's Watch character, but not as funny as Dolorous Ed, so he belongs in good. Corran Halfhand. Yeah, I mean, he gets a bit more developed in the book because he has more chapters with Jon. I think you can say very good because his importance to Jon's arc is really there in the way that he sacrifices the Halfhand so that the wildlings trust him. I think as a utility player, Corran Halfhand is about as good as it gets in a lot of respects, and I really like his characterization. In terms of world building, also him with the Shadow Tower and the way the wildlings know him is really well done. So Halfhand belongs in very good. Quaithe. Quaithe is similar to Makoro. I think I'm going to put her in good. She's really good at foreshadowing for Daenerys, very important for her arc. I don't particularly care for what they did with her in the show in season 2 with Jorah Mormont. I don't think it works in the same way. She just doesn't pop up again in POV. She's just kind of forgotten about. Whereas in the show, her appearance constantly coming back to Dany is really important in the books. And that makes her a lot better, so I'm going to put her in good for the books. Quentin Martell. I think Quinta Montel is overhated to an extent. I would say good. I don't think he's great, but I think he represents the Dornish stuff to a T and the failure of it, instead of Prince Doran's side of things in the way that he has sent his son to betroth to Daenerys and then he ends up failing. And because of the pressure that he's under to represent his family good, he over eggs it and ends up dying for it. I think Quinta Martell, yes, is chapters going there with the wind blown. The characters aren't exactly developed, but there's good action there. There's good references to him in the Ariane chapters. And once he starts to interact with Barristan Selmy, that's when his character really starts to kick into gear. I think Quinta Martell played his role well in A Dance with Dragons. I don't think I hate him in the same way that other people do. I think he's a good character. Qyburn, very good character. Really like him. Love his relationship with Jaime in A Storm of Swords, and then that turns into one with Cersei. The way he sort of rises the ranks. I also really like the element in the TV show of he is resurrected by Robb Stark and then is unintentionally given to his enemies. But him repairing Jaime's hand is really important. Him resurrecting the Mountain and turning him into Robert Strong, which is what we believe happened, is really good. Hate what they did with him in season 8, but I assume in the books he'll do the ballistas at some point. It would be really cool as well. We'll have to wait and see for that one though. Give me a second. But yeah, I really like Qyburn. Rafford. I assume this is Raff the Sweetling. He belongs in the same tier as Polliver. Great for Arya's arc. Killing Lomi Greenhands. No list of names. All the same things I said about Polliver, really. Ricaro. Standard Dothraki. Does his job. Good lad. Ramsay Bolton. Ooh. Definitely in very good. Maybe even better than that. I think I'm going to say great. I love Ramsay Bolton in the books. I love the way he deceives Theon with his Reek persona and then gives the persona to Theon. I love his line about the Ironborn. I love the takeover of Winterfell and his relationship with Roose Bolton. It remains to be seen what they do with him in Winter. I think in the TV show they went a bit too over the top. Once we got shirtless Ramsay in season 4, that's when they blew it. And then seasons 5 and 6, they just went ridiculous with it, and it gets a bit stupid. But in the books, Ramsay Bolton is a fantastic character, and I think I'm comfortable in putting him in great tier because I think he actually does deserve it in the books. Because, yeah, they do him really well there. Randall Tarly. Randall Tarly is a very good character. His principles are interesting, his honor is interesting, but he's also old-fashioned and very misogynistic. He believes in gender roles. That's why he's a good antagonist for Brienne of Tarth. It's weird because in the show, he's there, but all of his scenes are different. I think he's a lot better in the books than he is in the show. I really liked Randall Tarly's presence in A Clash of Kings and A Feast for Crows. Feast for Crows mainly. I think they're doing really well. And the dynamic that we get told about with Sam, the way he bullies Sam, but then he likes Dickon Tarly, because he kind of represents his idea of what his son should be, is really messed up, but it's really well developed. So I would put Randall Tarly in very good. Rattleshirt. Good. You know, Rattleshirt is not that much of a character, but he's a fun wildling addition. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put him in very good, because the whole glamour thing in A Dance with Dragons is so interesting. I think Rattleshirt as a presence is kind of similar to like a strong Belwas to an extent. Maybe not quite as fun, but I think he does represent an interesting piece of the wildling side of things. And the whole storyline with Mance Rayder and Melisandre and the glamour with Rattleshirt pushes him up to very good for me. Renly Baratheon. Great character. Renly Baratheon was fantastic. Great in the first book, great in the second book. Love his relationships with his brothers and with Loras Tyrell and with Catelyn Stark. And the I think the defining scene for me is the peach scene with Stannis. It's such a shame that they cut it out of the show, but the peach scene with Stannis is just awesome. It's iconic. I love Gethin Anthony, who plays him in the show too. He's just plays him so well. Yeah, Renly Baratheon is excellent. Love him. Love Renly Baratheon. Resnek Resnak, one of the most interesting characters to come out of Meereen, I think. I'm going to put him in very good. I think he is one of the best elements of the Daenerys stuff in Book 5, and he just constantly causes so many questions to be asked, and really stirs things up, politically speaking, for sure. And it's going to be interesting seeing his role in events now that Dany is taken out of the equation and he's having to deal with a Meereen without her. So we'll have to see how that goes with Winds of Winter. Rhaegal is probably... Well, Rhaegal in the show is fucked because of Season 8. I'm going to put him in a tier below Drogon, put him in Standard. He's just a dragon. Rhaegar Targaryen. Just like all of the other deceased characters, it's all told through past POVs, but the difference is Rhaegar Targaryen's point of view like the point of view chapters that flash back to him are like some of the best ever, and he's even better than all of the other ones like Brandon Stark and Ashara Dane and Lyanna Stark and Jon Arryn and all that. Rhaegar Targaryen is very good. And there's so many characters that connect to him, like Jon Connington, like Cersei, like Oberyn Martell. Oh, there's just so many characters that connect with Rhaegar. Barristan Selmy. There's so much we know about Rhaegar, so much to love about Rhaegar's character, even though he's dead. It's just outstanding what George Martin does with Rhaegar. Rickard Karstark, very good character. Absolutely essential to Robb and Catelyn's stories. And the whole beheading, and that leading to the Red Wedding. Absolutely love Rickard Karstark and what he adds to, especially a Storm of Swords. Very good character. Rickon Stark. Gonna put him in meh for now. This can be fixed though. His character is really underwhelming so far. I think the most interesting thing so far that we've done with him is the whole fight with Shaggy Dog and Summer was interesting. This is the rabid side. Rickon Stark is going to be a make or break in Winds of Winter, because once Davos goes to Skargos and we see Rickon Stark with like in the rabid environment with the unicorns, that's when his character is really going to need to come into his own, because he's been very underwhelming despite being in a very important family. He's probably, at this stage, he's probably the worst book character I can think of, but there is still time to fix him. For sure. Absolutely is time to give him characterization. And Winds of Winter is it. Robb Stark. Great. I'm tempted to whether or not I put him in love. I feel like with Robb, if you take the best of him in the book and the best of him in the show, you could make a love out of him. But in both cases, I think there's issues. I think in the books, he needed POV chapters in Clash of Kings. I feel like there's a whole missing section of his story that's so interesting that would have been great to get his inner POV on, with all the battles in the West and then eventually getting to the Crag after the Octoross. Would have been so interesting, and seeing how him and Jane Westerling connected is something that I would really want to see. And then in the show, the relationship and love with Talisa is fine, but it's not as good as it could be. He's a lot more stupid in the show than he is in the books. Outside of that, though, in the first book and the third book, Robb is basically perfect. So I think he's just a step below love. I think he's just slightly above the love tier. Obviously, he's essential to the Red Wedding, and he's great in that. And Richard Madden is an excellent actor and plays him really well. But I think he belongs in the great tier. I don't quite love Robb Stark just enough. He's just below enough to get to that love tier for me. Robert Arryn, also known as Sweet Robin. reluctantly, I'm going to put him in good, even though he's the most cringe, aggravating, insufferable character. Because I think the demonstration of a kid that's been kept in the Eyrie for his whole life and has been so protected that he has no discipline and is just an absolute disaster of a person is really, really interesting for the story and for Lysa and for Sansa and for Littlefinger. And then the whole reveal at the end of Feast when Littlefinger reveals that he plans to have Robert killed is really interesting. So yeah, I'm going to put him in good because I think his role in the story is functional, really well functional. Robert Baratheon, GOAT tier. Absolutely love Bobby B. Who doesn't? Charming, charismatic, incredible backstory, emotional arc. Gets across everything you need to know about this character in the chapters he's in before he dies in the first book. I absolutely love Robert Baratheon. I love Mark Addy playing him too. I love his chemistry with Sean Bean and his dynamics with so many characters, and the scenes they added, especially the one with Cersei in the show, was incredible. Robert Baratheon is one of my favorites. Absolutely love him. Love him to bits. Robert Strong, who's basically the Mountain. I'll say standard because we've only gotten like seconds of him so far, but really he should be just sort of lumped in with Gregor Clegane, to be honest. But we'll put him in standard for now. Roderick Cassel. Roderick Cassel is a really good character. I'm going to put him in very good next to Rickard Karstark because he kind of fits in the TV show, especially. He's great for Catelyn's POV. But Rickard Karstark for Rob's arc is what Roderick Cassel is for Theon's arc in the show. And that's why they belong next to each other. The scene with Theon beheads Roderick in the show is really, really good. Such a great moment for Theon's character. So I'm going to put him in very good. Roderick Harlaw. I believe Roderick Harlaw is Asher and Theon's uncle on their mother's side. I'm going to say good. I really like his contributions to Asher's arc in Feast. And I like the scene where she meets him again and they chat about the Seastone chair and whether or not she could contend for it. And the backstory there. I think that's really, really well done. I'll put him in good. Rolly Duckfield. I don't recognize that name. I'm going to have to look this up. Rolly Duckfield. Ah, yes. Part of the Golden Company. Right, okay. Part of Young Grith. I'm going to keep her in standard because we haven't got that much yet. Roose Bolton. Ding, 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 ding. Love Roose Bolton. Absolute incredible character. Part of the Red Wedding. The Dreadfort storyline with Ramsay and all that. With Theon as well. I love the chapter where he validates Reek as Theon again. The whole takeover of Winterfell, the conspiracy early in the early introduction in the books of him in the first one with Catelyn's POVs, with Rob as well. Roose Bolton is incredible. As much as I do prefer Arya's stuff with Tywin in the show, I still think the stuff with Roose Bolton is good at Harrenhal. And the whole conspiracy of him taking over Harrenhal from Tywin and how that ties into the Red Wedding is so awesome. The fact that he uses leeches as well on himself is mad. His dynamic with Jaime and Brienne is awesome. There's just so much to love about Roose Bolton. What they did with him in the show in season 6 was absolutely stupid. But in the books so far, he's been outstanding. I love Roose Bolton so much. Incredible character. And I love the actor who plays him too. He's fantastic. Rorge. Same tier as Biter. Really good for the Brave Companion storyline. I love the way that Radio Treese plays him in the audiobooks as well. With the No-No's voice, but he's great for Arya and Jaime and Brienne's POVs, really. in Clash, Storm, and Beast. I really like him there with Biter. Really good dialogue, really nasty guy. Celador-san, very good. Love his friendship with Davos Seaworth. I love the dialogue, I love the dynamic, and I love in the show when they go to the Iron Bank and he kind of pays him back and you get that payoff. And I'm sure at some point in the books, maybe in Winter or Dream of Spring, they'll have Davos finally pay him back for everything he owes him for. Yeah, he's a great utility player, but he's also a really fun character. I love the actor who plays him in the show. He's just very charming. Very good character. Samuel Tarly. Great. Samuel Tarly's great. I don't love him, but I think he represents a really interesting side of the story. He's great to have as a best friend for Jon Snow at the Wall, and then also for him to represent the Maester side of it. Him sort of being under the tutelage of Maester Aemon is awesome. His relationship with Gilly, the wildling, is also really interesting. And his sensitivities and his insecurities are all so well done. The being abused by his father and, you know, him being so obese and holding him back when he's in danger, but then also him killing a White Walker with Dragonglass is such an important element to the whole story. And I'm really looking forward to his chapters in Old Town and Winds of Winter. And I absolutely love the actor who plays him in the show, John Bradley. He's fantastic. I think, again, from like sort of seasons 5 onwards, they start to mess with this character a bit, and it's annoying. But yeah, I really like Samuel Tarly. Sandor Clegane, love. The Hound is an absolute beast. Great backstory, great actor. Rory McCann is perfect casting. Great dynamic with Arya. Great with Sansa as well. Great death scene. Yeah, just awesome, awesome character. Salty at the world. Fantastic sense of humor. Swears all the time. Great swordsman. His backstory with the Mountain is excellent. And Scene on the Quiet Isle. I'm interested to see if they resurrect him in the books the same way they did in the show. I think near the end of the show, they kind of mess on him a little bit, but in the books so far, he's been awesome, near perfect. Great character, so much fun. Sansa Stark. Sansa Stark is great. I think a bit like Catelyn, she kind of gets a bad rap, maybe not quite as much. They fucked her up in the show from season 5 onwards. But in the books right now, she is in the background. She is like a chess piece being moved around by Littlefinger, posing as Elaine Stone. I think her story going forward is very intriguing, but I love her build-up. I love her build-up of her being more Tully than Stark. The build-up of her wanting to be the stereotypical princess to Joffrey and then being torn down by all of that, having a direwolf killed, slowly chipping away at everything with her. And like the love-hate relationship she has with Arya, her sister, and then betrayed by Joffrey, seeing her father die in front of her eyes, then becoming under the tutelage of Cersei, but also being tortured by Cersei, having Shae as her handmaiden, and then being gobbled up by Littlefinger, her marriage to Tyrion. There's so much great story with Sansa Stark. I think sometimes she gets a bad rep for reasons that aren't deserved. And the way she manipulates her way out of, you know, manipulates Littlefinger out of the guilt for Lysa Arryn's death because she knows that she can utilize his power to take over things, and then eventually down the road she'll reclaim everything and sort of make her way back, and, you know, retribution for all the things that have been wrong and done for her. She becomes more self-aware and becomes smarter. Really like Sansa Stark. Such an interesting character. Selyse Florent, Stannis' wife. She's a good character. She's very salty. Some of the stuff they did with her in the show I thought was quite interesting, and I think the actress really brings it her all when she's gone crazy. But I think she's just a good character. I can't put her above this because I don't think she has enough depth or development to be above this. She's probably one of the... If there was a weak link in Stannis' storyline, it might be her. But I'm not sure. I do like Selyse Florent for what she is and what she does, but she's not exactly a character to get excited about. Shay, Shay is good in the books. She's okay in the show until season 4, and then by the time she gets to season 4, she's absolutely terrible. I think the actress in the show is very hit or miss. I think the accent barrier might be something to do with it. I think in the books she's serviceable. Probably one of the, again, a bit like how Selyse is one of the weak links of Stannis' storyline. Shay might be the least impactful and the least sort of enjoyable part of Tyrion's storyline, which is a bit of a hot take because a lot of people would say Penny is that. But I think Shay and Penny are probably kind of on par for me. Shay gets a lot more to do than Penny, which I think is fair if you wanted to put Shay above Penny for that reason. But I think Shay has always been one of the parts of Song of Ice and Fire that's being... There's so much more... I feel like there's more you could do with her. I feel like the show tried to do more with her, but in some ways it kind of just made mistakes rather than fixing it. But I think she's good enough in the books, and I think that it's still consistent and respectable, whereas in the show they just made everything terrible by season 4, and her character just gets absolutely ruined. Shagger is fun. He belongs in the strong Belwas category. I love Shagger. He's just mountain clansman. Great time, great fun to be had there. Yeah, really enjoy Shagger. Then we have Shaggy Dog, Rickon's direwolf. I think he belongs in standard. I really like the fight he has as Summer in A Clash of Kings. It'll be interesting to see what Shaggy Dog does in Skargos now that he's surrounded by unicorns, and that rabid sort of environment. This is funny because this is the one time that the direwolf appears above the actual character, because I think Shaggy Dog is actually more interesting than Rickon, which is hilarious. But yeah, Shaggy Dog is a standard character for me as a direwolf. Shireen Baratheon. Shireen Baratheon is good in the books, and in the show she's elevated to very good. I really like her relationship with Davos Seaworth in the show, and they also develop her a bit more with Stannis in the show as well, and they do some stuff with her mum too. I think in the show they kind of fucked up the burning side of it. I think in the books they do a lot better with it, with the rationale behind it. But yeah, I really like Shireen. I think she's really adorable and wholesome. And like I said, her relationship with Davos Seaworth in the show is something that they added, and it was very worthwhile because it's very sweet and enjoyable. I also really like her sort of friendship with Patchface and Edric Storm in the books as well. And the way in the show she teaches Davos how to read. Just the most fun thing ever. Love it. Sigorn. Sigorn. I recognize that name, but I can't remember what the character is. I'm going to have to look this up again. Sigorn is... Sigorn is the Magnar of Thenn after Styr dies. Okay, and he marries Alice Karstark. Gotcha. Yeah, I think he's serviceable. I'll put him in standard. Not as good as Styr, but Sigorn is functional, and I'll keep him there. Shakaz Mo Kandak, functional for the Marine plot and Dance of Dragons. I don't think he belongs anywhere above this point at now, but maybe in Winds of Winter he'll be elevated by the Battle of Fire, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Stafford Lannister. This one is blanking on me a little bit. Stafford Lannister. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Stafford Lannister's kind of just a standard role in the story. It doesn't have a massive impact. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon is one of the goats. You talk about the human heart and conflict. I don't know if it gets better than Stannis Baratheon. Like, he's just in the books specifically. Like in the show, Stephen Delane's the great actor to play him, but they meddle with his character in the show. But in the books, Stannis Baratheon is absolutely incredible. I love his story. I love the POV chapters where he features, whether that be Davos or Jon or Theon or Asher or Catelyn. The War of the Five Kings, his role in that, and the Blackwater is incredible. His whole mentality and rationale and the constant tossing up, and the way he's a contrast and say he's, you know, he'll break before he bends, but yet we see that he bends all the time. And it kind of proves Donald Noy's point wrong, because that's his reputation, because he's stubborn. But the actual fact of the matter is that he's stubborn because he's honorable. It's not because he's stuck on his ways. And he listens to Davos Seaworth, and he listens to Melisandre, and he listens to Jon Snow. And Stannis Baratheon is just the most interesting conflict, the most interesting lack of charisma guy, so different to Robert and Renly, but yet in the best way, neglected, but yet so righteous. And I cannot wait to read how he, in my opinion, is going to win the Battle of Ice and the Winds of Winter, because he loses it in the show, but that was fucking stupid. I cannot wait to read how he's going to win the Battle of Ice and how the whole Shireen thing is going to turn out, probably with him not hit there, and how he's going to turn into he's going to tie into the end game, and how his arc where he realizes that he doesn't need the throne to protect the kingdom, he needs to protect the kingdom to get the throne. So it's more about the people and not the chair that they sit on that he's caring about now. And how his arc will collide with the White Walkers is a fascinating idea. But yeah, I absolutely love Stannis Baratheon. I can't get enough of him. His arc is just the most complex, most interesting thing. Him and Jaime really have some of the most complex stuff. But one thing that's interesting is that Jaime's a POV character from Storm of Swords onwards, so we actually get his insight. Stannis Baratheon isn't even that. He isn't even a POV character. We just know so much about him because of how much of an impact he has on the story. And I love the way he was built up to in Season 1 with Ned Stark's investigation, and then from there he's just become so integral to the story, so interesting, so important, and just every chapter he's in, he just presents so much interesting conflict and so many great lines of dialogue and such a dry sense of humor. And like I said, I love Stephen Delane's acting in the show. Like, he just portrays it so well. The fact that he's able to have a lack of charisma and yet be so enthralling and engrossing and captivating as well. It's fascinating. I can't think of a single character in all of fiction outside of A Song of Ice and Fire that's even like Stannis Baratheon. He's just so distinct and so unique. And I would have loved to have seen some kind of flashback of him with his brothers, you know? Just some interaction between Robert, Stannis, and Renly would be great to see. I mean, he got interactions with Renly in A Clash of Kings, with the Peach scene, obviously. But then when they're young, and especially Stannis and Robert, I'd love to see. Stannis Baratheon is one of the GOATs in the books. Just outstanding. Styr the Magna Thin goes above. Sigorn, he's got to be in good. He's really good for Jon's arc. And the world building as a whole, I really like his role there. And I love the actor who plays him in the show too. He's fantastic. Really fun. Summer. Summer gets... Ooh, yeah, really good Wolf Dreams. I think, where did Nymeria go? Very good. Yeah, I like Summer's Dreams too. I think if I had to choose between the two, maybe Nymeria is slightly better. But I still really like Summer's Dreams a lot with Bran. There's quite a magic to them. So I'm going to put Summer in very good. Syrio Forel. Very good. Love his role in Arya's arc. I'm almost tempted to put him in great, even. to be honest. Actually, can I put him in great? Because he's so good in the show as well. Yeah, fuck it. He's going in great. Syrio Forel is incredible. I love his role in the first book and in season one, and his interactions with Arya Stark are just iconic. Great lines of dialogue, great life lessons for her, great world building for the introduction of Bravos, and I love the actor who plays him in the show. Awesome stuff. Taina Merryweather. This is another one I'm going to have to look up. I think Taina, is this the one that has a thing with Cersei and Feast? It might be. Pretty sure she's King's Landing. Taina of Mare. Yeah, I believe she. Yep, this is the one. I know the one. Okay, so she's good. I really like her dynamic with Cersei and Feast for Crows, and also the sort of build up of the more mere world building. But mainly, it's the stuff that she has with Cersei and Feast that really bolsters Cersei's character. It's a bit like Eerie with Daenerys. It's the same thing. In the sort of exploring the sexual side a lot and using that to have them grow as people and sort of realize who they really are deep down. The Tattered Prince. Tattered Prince. I definitely have heard this name spoken recently, actually. In A Dance of Dragons, I know that. So the Tattered Prince, I believe, is part of the Windblown. Yeah, he is. So the Tattered Prince is part of Quentin's thing. He meets the standard as well. It only makes sense for him to be there. I'm just gonna close this. Reset my mouse. Because things are getting a little complicated. Put that back on. Yep, that's good now. Fantastic. Still going. Great. So yeah, the Tattered Prince fits in standard because he's part of Quentin's Windblown. Absolutely fine. The Waif. The Waif is shit in the show. In the books, she's good for Arya's arc. Nothing too special, but the whole dynamic at the House of Black and White works really well with Arya and her, like the way they're learning each other's languages. I don't like the try-hard assassin side story and in the show. I think it gets a little over the top and it gets weird. And it's not well written at all. It's just ridiculous. It's too like tetchy. It's not as esoteric and introspective as it should be. It's too action heavy. Theon Greyjoy. I fucking love Theon Greyjoy. Oh, I'm almost tempted to put him in the GOATs, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if he quite reaches the same level as these guys in Olenna. But Theon Greyjoy is, I love him. I love his chapters. I love his arc. I love his tension, especially what they add to him in season 2 in the show, and bits of season 3 and 4 as well. But the Theon build up in A Game of Thrones, and then when it comes POV and Clash, and we get the whole Ironborn Winterfell stuff, and then once we get to A Dance of Dragons and we get the whole Reek side of things as well, and that redemption with Ramsay, and that's just some of my favorite chapters in all of the whole series. Theon is incredible. Alfie Allen's portrayal of him, especially as Reek, in terms of acting in the show, is awesome. The conflict in season 2 is one of the highlights of the whole season. He's incredible. I just think maybe he could be one of the GOATs if they do him the way they've been doing him so far. If they maintain this level of excellence in Winds of Winter, he could go up to the GOATs. I think I'm going to keep him in love for now, though. But he has room to rise to the top, definitely. I absolutely love Theon. I love his chapters, especially Reek. Oh, Reek is like the golden nectar of A Dance of Dragons. Like, those chapters in that book are just off the charts. Thoros of Myr, very good. Love Thoros of Myr, great stuff. Yeah, one tier below Beric sounds about right to me. The drunk priest. I really like the actor who plays him in the show too. He's really fun, and I love the way he sort of just ties into the Brotherhood without banners and all that. And the setup with him in the first book at the Hands Tourney is really well done too. So yeah, I really like Thoros of Myr. Good stuff. Three-Eyed Crow, also known as Blood Raven. He's going to be very good. The mysteriousness around him with all the Brand's dreams is really well done, and I like the whole build-up of him as being Brendan Rivers and all that, and the way it ties into the actual bird itself and the man. Very fascinating. Great journey for Bran to get to that cave, and really looking forward to what they do with him in Winds of Winter. What they do with him in the show in season 6 is somewhat divisive with the time travel stuff, but we'll have to see how the books handle it, and if they handle it better. I hope they will. Timett, I believe this is the... Unless I'm reading this wrong, I believe this is the Mountain Clansman Timett, son of Timett. I'll have to check that. Yes, the Mountain Clansman. Yeah, fun character. Probably put them in good. Some nice humor. Good comedy here and there. That's all well done. Tom of the Seven Streams. So this is the bard that Tyrion encounters in A Song of Swords. Yeah, good stuff. Tom of the Seven Streams is a small part of the story, but well served and provides some good comedic tension for sure. Tyrion. Tommen Baratheon. Good character. Innocent child. Opposite of Joffrey. I like in the show how he's a puppet for the High Sparrow as well. And Dean Charles Chapman does a good job. And also the addition they did in the Blackwater of Cersei almost killing him with Essence of Nightshade before the soldiers came in was a really nice twist. So yeah, I like what they did with Tommen. Good character. It's funny how he's still the king. Yeah, he's so insignificant compared to all these other Chads. Tormund Giantsbane. Tormund Giantsbane is a great character. I think in the show from season 6 onwards, they kind of cheapened his character with too much comedy. But in the books, he's great. I love every conversation he has with Jon Snow. He's just such a pure wildling to his bone. But he's also self-aware of how almost wild he is. There's so many great comedic lines, and I love the crazy backstory he has. He's one of the weirdest backstories, and it's just hilarious. But yeah, once they started in season 6 onwards, they started to have him like constantly just make jokes, and then obsessed with Brienne was a bit weird. But yeah, I love Tormund. I also really like in season 3 and 4 when they had him cross the wall and be part of Egret's storyline. I thought they did really well with that. Trystane Martell. Standard. He's okay in the books. He's terrible in the show. Yeah, whatever. He's a partner for Myrcella in the show, and he's just like a friend in the books. He's fine. Trystane is fine. Tycho Nestoris from the Iron Bank. Very fun. Very good character. Mark Gatiss plays him pretty well on the show too, but in the books he's even better. A true Bravosi, and I love his sense of humor when he meets Jon at the wall and when he meets Stannis. So charming. Very good stuff. Very good for the world building too with the Iron Bank, for sure. Definitely. Tyene Sand belongs in the same tier as the other ones. So standard, I guess, or maybe it's good. Oh yeah, it's good because of obviously the representation of Oberyn's attitude towards vengeance, and contrasting that with Doran, and comparing that with Arianne. That's that makes her good. Tyrion Lannister. I think we can squeeze him into the GOATs. because his chapters in A Game of Thrones, A Clash of Kings, and A Storm of Swords are like some of the best chapters in the whole series. His flashbacks in A Feast for Crows are really good too. A Dance with Dragons, yes, he's not. He's no longer like the best character. He's kind of dropped down a bit. But I still like Tyrion in A Dance with Dragons. I like the build up with Illyrio and with Griff a lot. And then the twist of him being captured by Mormont is great. And him meeting Mokoro is interesting. And the sort of build up to him meeting, getting there and eventually having to collide with Barristan and Victarion, and eventually the goal is for him to meet Daenerys. And the sort of the aftermath of him killing his father. I think his relationship with Penny is fine. I think it's beneficial for his character. So, in a lot of ways, I put him at the bottom of the GOATs because I think he is just slightly less consistent due to Dance with Dragons. But he's still good in A Dance with Dragons, and he's in the other 3 books that he appears in predominantly. He's like one of the best. I mean, in Clash of Kings, he's definitely the best character. And A Game of Thrones and A Storm of Swords, he's probably in the top 5 in both of those. Tyrion Lannister is incredible. Obviously, Peter Dinklage's performance in the show is outstanding. Season 5 onwards, he is terrible as a character. Actually, season 4 finale onwards, I'd say he's terrible as a character. But all the way from like the first episode of season 1 up to the 8th episode of season 4, he's one of the best, if not the best character in the show. He's outstanding. And Tyrion in the books is also outstanding. So I'm going to squeeze him into the GOATs, even though the other ones are more consistent. I think Tyrion belongs there regardless because of the things they accomplished with this character in the first 3 books were just so good that he's undeniably one of the GOATs. Love Tyrion. Speaking of Tyrion, we have Tysha. She kind of fits the role of a lot of the others, like Arthur Dayne and Brandon Stark, where she's sort of a missing character. We don't know if she's alive or dead, but she is a sort of retroactive character in a lot of ways because it's all about Tyrion's POV, and she serves a really good role in his arc. I hate what they did in the show where they omitted her from season 4. But yeah, what they do with her in the books is really good, so yeah, I'll put her in the good tier. Tywin Lannister. Ding, ding, ding. The GOAT. I would already love him and consider him one of the best purely based on the books. And then you get Charles Dance in the TV show, and then you get all the extra scenes they added, like at Harrenhal with Arya, or some of his introduction scene. Some of the extras they gave him in season 3, like with Olenna Tyrell. But that performance from Charles Dance is so good that I can't unsee Tywin as Charles Dance. He just is that character. The only problem with Tywin Lannister is what they do with his death scene in the TV show. Because his death scene in the books is awesome. I love it. But the context of the show doesn't quite work the same way, because the character is a bit different. And that's the only blemish on his record. Apart from that, he is probably the best character in the series. He's right up there. He's definitely one of them. And he definitely belongs in the GOATs. I absolutely love Tywin Lannister, and I love Charles Dance's performance. It's so good, so interesting. He had a fucking theme song named after him for his crimes. Just incredible. Val the Wildling. I think she's interesting. Is she good or is she very good? I'm going to say good for now. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to come with her in Winds of Winter, now that Jon's dead. I'm going to keep her in good. She is interesting, but there's more on the table for her to do. Faramir Sixskins, another good character. He has a really interesting prologue in Dance of Dragons. Very good utility character. Yeah, I'll keep him in good. Really interesting warg. As is Orell. And Orell got the TV show to work with as well, and he'd be in the good tier too. Vargo Hoat. Very good. Fantastic. for Jamie and Brienne's arcs, and also with Arya as well. They use Locke in the show. He's also really good. I like his stuff at the Wolf John. But Varga Holt in the books gets a bit more because the Brave Companions and the whole thing with the Eastern politics. Yeah, he's fantastic. Really good character. Very evil character, though, has to be said. Like, he doesn't have any good intentions, but he's a really, really well done character, especially in A Storm of Swords, for sure. And his death is brutal. In both, actually. Lord Varys. He's got to be up there with Littlefinger. He's one of the goats. I love Varys in all the books. The first 3 books he appears in, he's fantastic. In the first 4 seasons, just before the last episode, he's great too. Conleth Hill's performance is awesome. I love the scenes he has with Littlefinger in seasons 1 and 3. He'll be at his best in the show in season 2, as well as being great in Clash of Kings in the books. And I love the way he disappears during Feast and Dance and appears right at the end again with his plan in place. The way he is able to make moves and be felt even when he's not on screen. Varys is an awesome character and is the yang to Peter Baelish's yin. And I cannot wait to see what Varys does in Winds of Winter. It's one of the things that everyone's most looking forward to, is how Varys interacts with the story going forward. Absolutely love him. Great sense of humor, but also great player of the game too. Victarion Greyjoy. I'm going to call him a very good character. He's definitely one of the stupidest characters in the story, but he is an interesting POV for that very reason, because he makes stupid mistakes and bad calls. But his role in events with the Ironborn and the way he sabotages his own King's Moot that he was clearly going to win just by not being able to convince people because he doesn't know how to speak properly. And then obviously with Euron basically taking control of him, and the fact that he hates Euron and his backstory with killing his wife and all that, and then you get the whole thing of him cutting the flesh wound is disgusting. But he's going to collide with Tyrion Lannister in the next book, and with Barristan, and it's going to be really interesting. I think Victarion is he's a fun POV to read because he's just so different to everyone else, and he's very boneheaded, but he's very impulsive, and he does a lot of action. But he does respect the Greyjoy family and the Drowned God religion to an extent too. There is a level of rationale to Victarion. He stands out in a lot of ways. Viserion, the dragon. Same as Rhaegal, I think. Standard. Yeah. Viserys Targaryen. I really like Viserys Targaryen. I think he's a tragic character. I'm going to say very good. Crown for a king. He's basically the rightful heir to the throne when Game of Thrones starts, isn't he? Because he's the younger son of Rhaegar. He has a brutal death with the Golden Crown, and I like the flashbacks they give of his childhood where he's, with Dany. And basically his whole life is just him being misled down the wrong path. And I love the way Harry Lloyd plays him in the show. It's great in the TV show. Yeah, Viserys is in the very good tier for me. Walder Frey is great. I mean, he is major part of the Red Wedding. The relationship with Catelyn and Robb and how that severs apart because of the Lannisters and the Boltons. And the way that David Bradley plays him in the show is exquisite. The only thing I don't like about Walder Frey is what they do with him in season 6 and 7 of the show. But if we're talking about just the books, he's outstanding and one of the best. He's a great character. Suwaymar Royce, good. Serves his purpose in the prologue of the first book. Also good for the world building, setting up the Vale within the first chapter, and that leads to Lord Jon Royce later on in Feast for Crows. Widow of the Waterfront. To look up this one too. This is a bit of a toughie. Widow of the Waterfront. Yeah, Volantis. Very old. Only appears in the Dance of Dragons. I see. Yeah, okay. So she interacts with Jorah Mormont. I think she's standard. She serves a purpose. We'll leave her in standard. Willis Tyrell? Question mark. We haven't even met him. We don't know what he's like. I'm hoping we go to High Garden and the Winds of Winter and we get his story, because it's about time. If he doesn't appear in the next book, that could be a problem. But I am really interested to get to Willis Tyrell eventually, because he's been teased a lot for Sansa's arc in Storm, and they basically got dropped. But we'll see how he goes in the next book, if he's in it. Will, I mean, good again for the prologue chapter. Serves his purpose. Wyman Manderley, great. Absolutely love Wyman Manderley. It's an absolute crime that he was basically cut from the show outside of one episode. Introduced early on, season 1 and 2, Catelyn and Bran's POVs. And then because of the Red Wedding, he uses the Northern Conspiracy sort of comes together. You visit him through Davos's POVs, and he lies, and Cersei believes that Davos was beheaded, but he actually doesn't do it. And the way he explains the way it all goes down, and he betrays the Freys, and the Frey pie situation where he forces them to eat their own flesh of their family, and then hell breaks loose at Winterfell. Wyman Manderley is just the whole conspiracy and the build up around him to a Dance of Dragons, and the twist that comes is just awesome. And the way that he leads Davos to Rickon and Osha and Shaggy Dog. So yeah, Wyman Manderley is excellent in the books. He's so interesting. Such an interesting facet of the Northern storyline. Then we have Xaro Zoan Daxos. I don't like him in the show that much. I think they fucked with him, but in the books he's very good. Underrated in some respects. He doesn't appear too much, but his appearance in Clash and then his brief cameo in Dance of Dragons I really like. I think also I'm charmed by I think Roy Dotrice as a voice actor plays him really well in those books, and he's very entertaining. And I love the sort of the temptation he has for Daenerys and the livelihood of Karth, and just sort of trying to bring her and gaslight her into marrying him, despite the fact that he clearly likes boys and not girls, and is using it completely as a political move. And the whole thing of the Karthines and the fake tears, and how she has been taught to detect the fake crying and not fall for it. And Xaro Zoan Daxos gets rejected once again. I really like his role in Dany's POVs a lot. I think he's really good. Yezan Zikwagas, yeah, again, this is just part of Dany's marine stuff. I'm going to put him in standard. It just serves his purpose. Ygritte, here we go. I fucking love Ygritte. I actually think I even love him more in the show than the books, because of Rose Leslie's performance and the extended stuff they do to a characterization, especially in seasons 2 and 4. They give her a lot more than they did in Clash and Storm Swords. Perfect for Jon Snow as a partner. Such great chemistry with Kit Harington and Rose Leslie. Fantastic lines of dialogue. Iconic You Know Nothing Jon Snow. Just love Ygritte. Probably my favourite wildling character. Absolutely excellent. I mean, Tormund and Mance Rayder are great too, but Ygritte is just cream of the crop. Lord Jon Royce. Lord Jon Royce is a good character. I like the actor who plays him in the show. He's quite good. I want to see more of him. I think the next book, Winds of Winter, for Sansa's POV with Littlefinger is going to be really interesting. The way they navigate Jon Royce going forward will be telling. Yoren. Yoren's a good character. I'm going to say very good, actually. He's one of the best utilities, actually, the way he interacts with so many people and so many storylines, with Tyrion, with Benjen, with Arya, with Ned. Yeah, there's a lot going on with Yoren, and he plays his utility role really well. And I really like the actor who plays him in the show, too. a sort of perfect casting. So yeah, fantastic, very good character. And then we finish off with young Griff, the so-called Prince Aegon Targaryen, so supposedly. I feel like this character's fate is going to very much rest on how he's handled in the Winds of Winter, because the next book is a make or break for his character. I'm going to say he's good for now, and he could rise or fall depending on how the next book goes. But I have high hopes for young Griff. I hope his storyline in the next book is really interesting. I hope that he's able to take the throne from Cersei, and then he ends up losing it to Daenerys. That seems like the course. That he's going to slot somewhere between those two, as Varys and Illyrio Mopatis's plan comes to fold with the Blackfire Rebellion, which I believe is the Blackfire Rebellion. I believe that's what it is. So yeah, we have our tier list here. Interesting, because Balon and Rickon, or Balon posthumously and Rickon in the future, could be fixed and risen above. Willis Tyrell needs to be given a character when we next get to him, hopefully in Winds of Winter. But apart from that, George Martin basically hits the standard with almost everyone. Hits the standard with a lot of them, and many are good or very good to even great. And I think it just shows how incredible the character writing is in these books, and some of the great extensions that the show did, because The Song of Ice and Fire really is all about those characters, and this cream of the crop. Look at this top list here. Davos Seaworth, Eddard Stark, Jaime Lannister, Jon Snow, Olenna Tyrell, Peter Baelish, Robert Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, Tyrion Lannister, Tywin Lannister, Varys. You look at anything from those books with these characters involved, and almost all of it is going to be so great to read. And you look at the majority of the scenes with these characters from like seasons 1 to 4, there's so much great stuff going on with these guys at the top. And Olenna Tyrell, obviously. And even in the tier below that, Arya, Barristan, Brienne, Catelyn, Cersei, Joffrey, Marjorie, Oberyn, Roose, Sandor, Theon, Ygritte. Like, there's just endless supply of fantastic characterization through these books. And most of these people at the top are POV characters that have lots of time. And it's just so much great to throw around, really. If I did just the TV show, this list would be a lot different, and there'd be a lot more towards the bottom. The fact that I don't even think there's a single bad character in A Song of Ice and Fire really speaks volumes about this series. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this tier list for the A Song of Ice and Fire characters. It's a great live stream for me to make. I'm going to definitely save this tier list and share it around. You can make this tier list on your own if you want to. You can just look up on Google tier maker A Song of Ice and Fire all characters, and it will come up. But yeah, thank you very much for any of you who decided to join this live stream or watch it after the fact, because I really enjoyed doing this. And hopefully in the future, going forward, I'll be able to go into Game of Thrones Season 5 and 8 reviews with Callum with a lot more knowledge now that I've read these books. And yeah, there's lots coming up on the channel soon that I can hopefully get around to, so look forward to that. Anyway, bye-bye.